without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the ACE32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast-paced and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on ArkAngel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the ACE32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on ArkAngel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to yet another day of exciting PUBG PC action right here in Asia with the PUBG Asia Super Cup. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Sir Cloud. Today is day number 2 of the grand finals here, ladies and gentlemen. So the top 16 teams have already been found, they've already been battling it out since yesterday itself. Today we will see a continuation of all those efforts here. So Sir Cloud, you were here yesterday when the grand finals first started off. What was your impression about the competition so far?
Well, I think the stats don't lie. So far, out of 5 chicken dinners, 4 of them were taken either by Thailand or Vietnam. Just shows again how strong these regions are in the world of PUBG.
I know, right? I mean, it's very much a Thai versus a Vietnam affair if you look at just a number of teams involved here. But given that, you know, over the course of the group stage, even the last chance qualifier as well, we also see like the rise of some of these regions like Taiwan, like Indonesia and Japan as well. They're all in the mix here. This is an all-Asian championship here for PUBG Asia Super Cup. All Asian, I say with an asterisk technically because we don't see like the Chinese nor the Korean teams in here. It's basically everyone else now vying for the top in this region here. So let's go ahead and recap a little bit about how we started and where we are right now. So we started things off on May the 17th there, where we ran 3 days of group stages. All of those have been completed. So all the 24 teams there eventually got split up into 2 brackets. The upper bracket of 8 teams were the ones who directly qualified to the grand final stage. Then you also had 16 teams who had to play a last chance qualifier stage to find another top 8 to join them in the grand finals. So that means 16 teams now are in the running here from the May 24th, and we still run this all the way to the end of the week here in Sunday. So it's 5 straight days of PUBG PC action.
And if you're wondering until when the grand final stage will be, it will be until this Sunday. So make sure you mark your calendars. It will be the same time, same channel, wherever you're watching this. So you don't want to miss out all the action, especially as we unfold who will be the champions. And speaking about being champions, of course, it's a long journey for them since last week, as what was mentioned by Victor. We had the group stage whereby 24 teams duke it out. We found our top 8 from the group stage. They moved straight to the grand finals. And from the LCQ stage, we have the other 16 teams playing, and the top 8 from the LCQ stage joined the first set of top 8 teams from the group stage. And now we have found basically our best 16 teams in the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 summer, and they'll be duking it out for that number 1 spot. But speaking about the best teams, to a surprise of some of the viewers out there, is that right now at this moment, an LCQ team is actually topping the chart.
I know, right? That's the most interesting thing. It just goes to show that even if you're performing well in this group stage, LCQ stage, you're not necessarily going to be that secure in the grand finals. And it kind of makes sense as well for that team, which the team we're referencing, by the way, is Theerathon 5, who are currently on top when it comes to points. And points has certainly been a huge talking point right now in this PUBG Asia Super Cup, because it's the first time we're running under the super rules. That's the standard universal PUBG esports rule set, and that means there's been an overhaul in terms of where the points are distributed, as well as the way that these games are played out. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with this, now only the top 8 positions at the end of the maps are the ones that actually give you placement points. And we had a little bit of back and forth about this, about how these teams are adjusting this new format. It seemed at first that teams were going to be deprioritizing the placement points. That was sort of like the thinking we had, but then it seems now more than ever, teams are actually reserving a lot of their big fights towards the end of the map itself, because that's where the majority of the points are actually going to be held.
And why they want to collect the points? Obviously, they want to be the champions. And besides just being the champions and having bragging rights, of course, there's going to be money involved. And the total prize pool here, as we can see, whoever wins this tournament will take home $20,000 US, and it just goes all the way down to a minimum of $2,000 US at this stage of the tournament. For the rest of the other teams who were eliminated from the LCQ before this, they took home $1,000 US. So it's a bare minimum of $2,000 US now. But of course, no team wants to go for the bare minimum. Everyone wants to go for the number 1 spot. It's 10x the amount from the bare minimum.
And that also means that even if you're not part of like the top 3 of the tournament, you still have money to play for. Just even getting a place above, like from 4th to 5th, already gives you an extra $1,000, and then going from 4th to 3rd, it give you another additional bonus on top of that. So again, it's like it's really going to be a competition for all of these 16 teams now to see how far they will go. So the top 8 teams that actually qualified from the group stage itself was, of course, the Expendables, QConfirm, Daytrade Gaming, Genius Esports, CERBERUS Esports, eArena, Myth, Made in Thailand, as well as ArkAngel Predator. The other 8 teams you can see at the bottom there were the ones that made it through from the last chance qualifiers. That's going to be New Generation Esports, an outstanding performer during the last chance qualifiers, mind you. Theerathon 5, who currently are in the lead of the leaderboard right now for this grand final as of day number 1. Unicorn Venom from Vietnam, E36 from Japan. Then we got One Call from Indonesia, Global Esports Xsset. They are from Taiwan. And also we have Attack All Around and Purple Moon Esport eking it into this grand final as well. So these represent the top 16 for this Asia Cup as of this point.
Yeah, basically all the Thai teams qualified onto the grand finals, and then we got a lot of Vietnamese teams as well, and we got the rest here. But speaking about the teams, so we'll be jumping into the scores later on. But before that, just a reminder again on everyone on how the map sequence is going to be. No changes in terms of the map sequence from before. We're going to play 2 Miramas as a start, and then it's going to be Tego, and then we're going to end the day in the classic Erangel match. And Tego, even as of yesterday, considering the fact that we have played at least before yesterday 5 Tego rounds, it's still a big mess. A big mess in the sense of like you will see a lot of early fights, you will see a lot of roadblocks because teams are just still adjusting to how other teams would react within this map.
And also, given that Tego is only playing once per day, it means that some teams will have specific strategies for that map that may put other teams at a disadvantage. That's why I've seen things have always been kind of a toss-up from round 2 onwards. I think even if you're a team that takes a chicken dinner from the first map of the day, it's not necessarily guaranteed you're going to be able to keep momentum going forward. I think CERBERUS Esports certainly experienced that yesterday. The team that was undoubtedly one of the most consistent out of all of it was definitely Theerathon 5. Their comeback towards the end of the day, where they got back-to-back 3rd placings, actually allowed them to build up a substantive lead above Purple Moon Esports. And what's interesting as well, if you look further down, the Expendables, they have yet to get a chicken dinner. The highest finish yesterday was a 4th placement, yet they have more than enough points, kill points, in fact, that allows them to stay in that 3rd spot above everyone else.
Yeah, can you imagine that they are number 3, but their placement points is still a single digit. I'm pretty sure today we're going to see that number change. Well, if it still doesn't change, then, well, I mean, it'll be an interesting talking point at a later part of the show. But 9 placement points and 28 kill points. They are basically now the 2nd highest kill points collector among all the teams. So the Expendables, they're basically doing the Purple Moon of the LCQ.
I guess so, yeah. Purple Moon was also remarkably had a huge ratio of kills versus placement points as well. That was during the last chance qualifier stage. Now it seems like Expendable has some sort of beat in that department, but even when you look at the consistency of performance that Purple Moon has done, they have dropped games in Tego. That I think was a significant contributor to why they weren't able to keep up with Theerathon 5 towards the end in terms of like their gaps. But nevertheless, this team here deserves a lot of credit because these guys didn't make it through the group stage. They had to fight it out in the last chance qualifier. Apologies for the sound issues now. Looks like we're going to be able to get back and running. And yeah, as you were saying, these guys really worked hard over yesterday's games there to secure themselves the best possible start. I think being on top of the leaderboard is already like that's pretty much like bullseye. I think for them as far as setting targets go, isn't it?
Oh yeah, but of course they cannot be complacent. We have 20 more games to go, and yes, they do have a little bit of a gap as compared to the second team, a 23-point gap, but it only takes like 2 rounds for them to be caught out. So it's something that they need to always keep in mind. We got 20 more rounds to go, so I expect that to still change. Unless if they can remain the level of consistency like they had yesterday. Like yesterday, they never fall out of the top 5. They were at least minimum 5 and above, and they even rank in a decent amount, actually the most kill points. So they're starting to complain about T5 at this point.
I know, right? And that's the thing that I really want to see throughout this grand finals stage here is I want to see the teams that are able to stay consistent in spite of map changes, stay consistent from day after day. And I think what T5 has secured for them now is like a good buffer, which means that even if they were to drop 1 or 2 games here today, it's not going to be the end of the world for them as far as defending their lead is. In fact, if anything, the lead means that they could still afford to drop 1 game and still stay on top. So, but a team that's certainly going to be looking to try to wrestle that crown away from them is this one right here, Purple Mood Esport. Less consistent compared to T5. Like, well, Theerathon 5 was able to be 5th place, rather had a minimum of 5th place consistently. PLM had dropped all the way down to 12 and 15 in their second Miramar map as well as their Tego map. So they're certainly looking to try to get a good comeback, I hope, hopefully for today itself. But being able to place like 2nd and 4th as well means that these guys are still formidable when things go right for them.
Yeah, and speaking about the other teams, so all the other teams have a gap of less than 5 points. Only T5 and Purple Moon Esports have a 23-point gap. And with a gap of less than 5 points for everyone else, that means even after the first game, there will be a lot of shuffling happening. So with a team like Purple Moon Esports, yes, they're at number 2, but the gap between them and the Expendables, who's currently at number 3, is only 1 point. And that 1 point, it's easy for the Expendables to catch out of them.
You can imagine, it's just if the Expendables can finish higher than Purple Mood consistently round after round, that would already be more than enough to put them up in 2nd place. So that's something that Purple will have to watch out, especially on the Miramar and Tego rounds here. That seems to be a bit of their weakness as of right now. But then again, like I said, there's still 20 more games to be played, you know, overall. So there's still plenty of like time for them to to kind of like find that consistency they're looking for, but certainly it still means that these 2nd, 3rd, and even the 4th placing to an extent are going to be extremely competitive, I feel, throughout this grand finals.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really competitive. And T5, well, if everyone eliminates each other below them, then T5 will be the happiest team. But anyway, now we'll be looking over the stats for the top kill leaders. Fluky right now is the top kill leader among all, and yesterday he was the MVP as well. So, I mean, no doubt, it's quite clear why he's the MVP. Not only the highest kills, but also the highest damage dealt as well. So he's not only here to just steal away kills, but he's also here to contribute in terms of damage output to allow his other teammates to take those kills for themselves.
I mean, it's crazy when you look at the stat as well, because Fluky basically has more than 50% of the total amount of kills that his own team has collected so far. So yeah, definitely the star player right now for Purple Mood, and certainly deserving that number 1 spot. You can see conversely that for Theerathon 5 is a little bit more split up between both Xsset Jr. as well as Hatsawat, but those 2 guys are always on the front lines when any sort of engagement that T5 gets into. So it seems like they really were pulling their weight yesterday, which was what allowed them to accumulate so many points coming in this. But you also have players like Tanvu from the Expendables who have been just contributing a lot to their kill score line, and that's what allowed the Expendables to essentially still have a seat right now in the top 3. So, you know, we'll continue to try to monitor this kill lead right now, but so far I really like that, you know, these guys are still able to kill like practically what 3 squads worth of like players. That's insane statistic here, you know, especially when you consider that this is the top level Asian tournament here for PUBG PC, having these kind of like outstanding performers right here, you know, being a part of your squad. In fact, like T5 has 2 of them, you know, so that goes to show why they've been so dominant from day 1.
We got to give special mention to Belmore from Daytrade Gaming for having the most kill versus damage ratio Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about like securing the kills, right? And that's where you get the points. Like you can deal as much damage as you want, but if you can't secure those kills, that won't mean anything. So special mention to Belmont as well, Daytrade Gaming. They were at number 16 for the first like 3 rounds-ish until at some point, I believe they got a second place finish and then they just went consistent all the way. So it's a good comeback for Daytrade Gaming yesterday.
Yeah, so we're going to be having a look at some of these highlights from yesterday itself. Talk us through a little bit about what the games were like in day one of this grand finals.
Yeah, I think there's what we'll be looking at throughout today, especially for the first 2 games, is whether AAA and CERBERUS Esports will still fight for the center of the map, which is Picado inside of Miramar. And I noticed there's a trend with AAA as well, that they like to drop in the center of the map, irregardless of whether there's another team there. The same thing happened inside of ArkAngel as well, whereby they dropped inside of Pachinki and they challenged another team inside Pachinki, and it was a really long standoff. And the standoff would have been longer if the circle is in that area. So I believe that is something that we would like to see today if they're going to continue that.
And it's interesting, they talked about like the fact they contest Picado a lot in both Miramar rounds. Like it seems to indicate that this is AAA's preferred way of maintaining the consistency, because what we saw in the last chance qualifier is that Attack All Around has always been able to maintain a supreme amount of consistency in spite of other teams outperforming them during the last chance qualifier itself. That's what eventually allowed them to eke into this grand finals. So I think what they will also be looking for, hopefully within this week itself, is to be able to get one really good round where they can get the maximum amount of kills and the maximum amount of placement points. That should surely lift them up into the top 8 very quickly, and perhaps even challenge Purple Mood or T5 for the lead of this championship here. But I do want to see, like, I do like the fact that they remain this consistent, just even from the way they choose their landing spots here, and just being flexible enough. Picado being like literally in the middle of the map means that whichever way that the circle is going to land, it's always going to be like a path they can draw from Picado to get there.
Yeah, no doubt. Being in the center of the map gives you more flexibility on how you want to play the game. But dropping at the sides are not too bad as well, because dropping at the sides, my regular theory is that if you drop at the side, you only need to worry about like half of the angles. Because if you drop at the side, basically the other half is like an unplayable land, so you don't need to worry about whatever that's happening behind. So that could be an advantage as well, depending on how you look at it. So I guess it really depends on your team strategy. Like, how do you like to play the game? Are you like the type of team that likes to play a little bit safer, or you want to play a little bit more aggressive? Then you might want to drop in the middle and have more options for yourself.
And also, like, let's say if the circle lands on top of you right in the middle, that means all the other teams are coming towards you. And when you look at AAA scoreline as well, you can see that every single round they're at least still able to get 1 kill, which means they're still taking engagements. They're not really just sitting in Picado and just not doing anything at all. They're still watching out for other teams going around. They're also still being proactive at finding engagements to actually work out for them. Contrast that with some teams where they can, like Myth, for example, in Tego, they managed to place 10th, but got 0 kills out of the engagement, so it's still 0 points at the end of the day. So at least having the 1 or 2 kill points, even if you don't place in the top 8, can be really crucial for a team that is looking for that consistency.
Yep, whatever that you do, you always try to trade your kills in a fight. In case you lose it, well, at least you go with like the few points that, like what you mentioned, because we've seen it time and time again, that there are some teams who end the round without a single point. And naturally, without any point at all, of course, all the other teams will pull away from you, and you get further and further away from the top. So as long as you have those few points, that's okay, because you still have the next round to kind of recuperate those points, and at least you feel good that you might not drop that far as compared to the other teams.
Yeah, I just feel that teams will have to just from this new super rule set itself already. I knew that these teams would have to adjust to how they want to try to farm these kind of points, either from placement or by kills. And I think that teams that are finding it hard to stay to be consistently in the final phase there may still benefit by just finding an extra kill point or two, while there's still plenty of other people on the map anyway. So that's what. So that's going to be what we're going to be looking out for today itself. I mean, it's still the second day. I think like another thing that these teams are going to have to get adjusted to is that because group stage itself, a bit of a toss-up. We had 3 different splits of teams, so it was hard basically to figure out like a consistent rhythm or pacing for every single match because the next day it will always be slightly different one way or another. Different teams have different drop zones, different paths, etc. Now that we're literally looking at all these 16 teams, so it's going to be kind of like the last chance qualifier where I feel that teams after a while will be able to settle into a specific rhythm on how they play. They already have their preferred kind of landing spots and stuff, and I think that's where things will start to open up. I think from like day 4, day 5 onwards, where teams that notice or at least observe these kind of patterns from other teams will start to use that information against those teams there, and that's where things I feel will get a bit exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, unless if maybe like the number 1 team and number 2 team or number 3, depending on how close the points are, start to see that, hey, if we don't do something to that number 1 team, he'll just go all the way to become champions. Then maybe we'll start to see like hot drops onto the number 1 team, just challenging them, taking the risk, because at the end of the day, if they are unchallenged, then some teams can just go all the way to be champions. So might as well just go for it and have the nothing to lose mindset and give us the entertainment.
I know, and again, you don't want T5 to run away with like the huge lead for the rest of the tournament here. At some point, they must be challenged for that spot, and I expect that T5 is also fully aware that they have a huge target painted on the back right now. So today it's going to be a very serious test for this squad here. They haven't been that outstanding when it came to the group stages. They have shown a lot of promise, especially from the last chance qualifier. So now today, this is where like all of whatever they've learned over those past 5 days of tournaments, that's going to be applied here in this grand finals.
You know what? I have this theory that if you are the number 1 team early, for example, like now T5, number 1, looking solid, never drop from the top 5 every round, you'll be targeted at this point because they don't want your gap to be significant. So that means today, possibly, we might see some challenges on the T5.
No, I mean, if they can identify them on the battlefield, that's even better. So like, if they realize that who they're fighting against is T5, that will kind of be extra motivation for them actually to take that fight, because they know that even in the worst case scenario, like even if you lose your spot on that squad, rather your spot on the map, by like incurring damage to T5 themselves, that will significantly reduce your chances, of like making out during the final phase itself. So that gives like extra pressure for them, I think, if those fights don't go their way. So I think all these teams now, otherwise, they're mostly focused on their individual performances here. I mean, I think there's a lot of data they've collected over from the group stage until now that can certainly see where are the weaknesses they have under this new rule set here. And this is all going to be a part of the process, throughout this group stage, where they will constantly still adjust, constantly adapt to whatever new sort of like patterns or strategies these teams will be applying. But nevertheless, less about theory crafting. Now it's for the practical here, because we're going to be jumping into our first match of day number 2.
Okay, let's take a moment to enjoy the scenery, enjoy the cinematics, because this is thanks to our observing team who has been working hard behind the scenes of providing us the best footage possible. So shout out to our observing team. They've been amazing. They've been working really hard. Even like on the days where we didn't have matches, they were here rehearsing to give us the best footage possible.
And it's like, I'm stoked. I mean, these guys are super chill and also fun to hang out with as well. It's like every time after a cast, I always go down to the observing room just to hang out with those dudes, because it seems like a bunch of fun, It's always fun to be around them.
Oh, fun fact as well. So out of our observing team, 2 of them are ex-pros. So they know what they're looking at. Yeah.
We're back. So now also still watching outside the window here, trying to spot other members of CES, or rather trying to listen for them right now, because they really are in a bit of a tight spot here. Across the building is going to be where Haisaki is currently set up in. We got Taikon set up on the exact other side of the fight here. Oh, this is a little bit of a highlight actually from Jankuo's jump off the roof there to get the shotgun kill onto Solo Z. But nevertheless, they're still very much stuck in place here. CS has already lost 2 members, so this is a hot drop. Didn't quite work out the way they planned, I expect.
Well, AAA will be liking this circle. The fact that they started off inside of Picado, and so far they're looking good there by taking those 2 kills out of Cerberus Esports. So if they do win the fight entirely, I mean, they'll be basically mayors of Picado.
I wonder, has T5 also been favoring the northern side of these maps a lot? Because I tend to notice that from them, even from the last chance qualifiers. Like, no matter what kind of map, or rather, I think, especially on the Miramar, they always prefer to take the northern side somehow, and that always gets them in encounters with One Call, encounters with Exo Clan back in the group stage in LCQ. And right now, Attack All Around still very much stuck in this fight here, but I think for the most part, they've secured this position here. It's really up to Cerberus to figure out how they want to peel out of this, I think.
Yeah, and plus it doesn't help that they're split out. So if Taikon were to exit, yes, he can exit on the left, but maybe it's unsafe for him. If he exits down south, then yeah, that might be a little bit better. But that means that he will be splitting out from his teammate. And if they split out, at this point, at this timing, there's a possibility that would bump into another team, and we can see the rotations actually happening here. Like NGE is just on the northern side of Picado, meaning that there's a risk if they are alone on foot. If they get knocked down, there's no way his other teammate can save him.
Yeah, in fact, like Genius Esports is already set up on the hill just north of Picado itself, so they perhaps will have a good view over the fight that's happening here between Cerberus as well as AAA. And Haisaki, in the meantime, doesn't really have any place he can fall back to. It seems like they still want to try to get a kill point or 2 away from kill point off of AAA here, but nevertheless, Haisaki doesn't have a lot of utilities in his pack even. No frag grenades, no smoke grenades. So even trying to pull out of Picado is still going to be extremely hard for him.
Yeah, no smokes. At least if we have a smoke, then maybe. Oh, but this is not helping. So Surti is on this high ground, overlooking Picado, meaning that if Haisaki exits through the left side of Picado, it will be food for Surti instead.
Yeah, exactly. Belmont from Daytrade already putting some fire into Simoy just off camera there, so seems like One Call decision to kind of split themselves up a bit might be putting a bit of a slight disadvantage here in his engagement versus Daytrade and UV, who's taken control over the high ground near the power grid. So in the meantime, one of their members, Jexi, actually landed all the way up north in Oasis for some reason. So it seems like they're going to be fighting basically one hand tied behind their back, I think, should they want to continue this engagement. Q confirms Pet Dread. I think he just spotted one of the members of, I think that's the Expendables, Del Win, who's just wandered into the power, was it a power grid there? Like one of the factories here. Seems to be all by his lonesome though right now, although Attack All Around, they're now making a move into the casino here, looking to try to flush out Taikon, I think.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to find a target though, but Taikon's on the other building, so he's still quite a distance away from the rest of AAA, but I guess looking at AAA's movement, they're doing the SWAT team right now. They just want to clear up every building around within Picado, so they want to take entire control. And I can totally understand why, because Picado is now in the exact center of the circle, meaning that if you can get control of Picado entirely, that would last them a few rounds.
Possibly, yeah. As we said, the Unicorn Venom's NBK was overlooking One Call's like a village just now. They were under fire from Daytrade, who is actually down south of where Unicorn Venom is currently positioned at. So One Call is actually sandwiched between those squads there. So not exactly the most secure position, but nevertheless they will still huddle themselves inside the buildings in order to stay alive. Though Trick is already moving on to the outside. Hopefully maybe spot Daytrade should they decide to make a rotation. So at least they have that insurance for themselves. We're still 3 minutes into phase 1 right now. Attack All Around just going around, I think just mostly farming inside the casino here just to make sure that they get exactly the type of loot they're looking for, and just depriving Taikon or Haisaki, wherever they are, of any kind of loot within the casino area. Taikon, in the meantime, decided to take it to the high ground here as looks like Genius Esports really putting some fire and actually found Haisaki, and it takes him out of the map.
Oh, there was a sneaky peek there by Surti, and now CERBERUS Esports down to the last man. The team that opens up the grand finals with a chicken dinner is now suffering with only one player left, and it's going to be hard with only one player at this stage of the game. If that one player, Tycoon, can pull off a chicken dinner all alone, he should be granted the MVP regardless.
I mean, just for having a really tough fight, I suppose. But then again, Cerberus kind of were asking for this, dropping on Picado, knowing that like AAA has been very consistent and coming to this spot here round of round. Maybe that was part of the consideration. They really wanted to take this spot against AAA here in order to make up for what has been a great start yesterday, no doubt, with the first Miramar round, but certainly one that left them wanting a lot more, especially given that they bowed out quite early in the second round of Miramar. So in the meantime, other teams are already starting to come into the circle, even though the blue zone isn't quite in a threatening position yet. We already have T5 insights from the north, eArena already moving from the southwest, and then you got Myth coming in from the east, AAP, ArkAngel Predator is coming in from the west now. So the only person that's still left outside of this next stage zone here is Jexy, but he's only just now come out from Oasis, so he will be on the way now to link up with the rest of his squad. We'll have to push through quite a number of squads actually before he can get regroup with his teammates, so that's going to be a bit of a challenge for him, I expect. Purple Mood, meantime, they've also taken control over the hillside close to where Genius Esports is, although they're a lot closer to San Martin, which should provide them like a good base should the circle end up coming more northwards for them. But they're also keeping an eye out for others around. And speaking of keeping an eye out, Global Esport Xsset, I think, just spotted another team just across from their own complex.
Yes, there you go. But but Daytrade Game is the one that pulls the trigger. So let's see if we can get inside. Inside is going to pass by Puchius and turns around. Puchius continues shooting, but because his vehicle is a UAZ, so his vehicle has a good cover, so he couldn't land those shots. But Puchiu counter fire, Pawn immediately retreats back.
Yeah, that was a bit of damage done to him as well. But eArena basically is trying to take control over Chumasera right now. This is way east of where Chumasera is, which is where Daytrade decided to go and set up camp in. Though granted, they are split up though, because like we've got another two members of Daytrade still up north, closer to UV and One Call. Wouldn't be able to support the Puchis here, especially with eArena continuing to keep pressure onto Norids, who's all the way behind there and actually out in the open. So Inside actually gives him the bypass though. Looks like he's actually trying to find a path towards Los Leones maybe. But then again, maybe just trying to wrap around here to secure the high ground just to the west of where Daytrade is, and hopefully be able to keep them under pressure.
Hopefully he has enough insight to land himself somewhere safe. And now look at the circle. It's time for the circle to move. We should still have Picado, yes. Although the circle hard shifted to the left, but we still have Picado in it, meaning that AAA will still be the kings of Picado for now. Now that also means that all those teams on the right side, everyone needs to move.
Yeah, that's going to put them into a collision course right now. NGE is under fire from Gex as well as the Expendables, because they are right now the gatekeepers of the western side. And this circle also worked out well for Purple Mood, because they will immediately put them in position now to take control of Power Grid, which is what they're doing right now. Daytrade seems like they want to try to regroup. It's going to put them under the line of fire here from eArena. Zixi is trying to cut them off a little bit, but maybe a little bit slow to the take here, because Daytrade seems to be able to slip by KM99 without suffering a knockdown quite yet, and should be able to link up the other two members of Daytrade who are right now set up near Picado.
Yeah, I think Picado might be an interesting stopping point, or maybe not. Okay, maybe not, because Picado, the next circle shift, if it's not within Picado, if it moves away from Picado, there's a possibility that it might move away from Picado. So I don't think other teams will be interested to go inside of Picado for now. Instead, they might want to take the high grounds instead of around maybe Chumasera, might be one of the interesting parts, or the northern side. Power Grid's high ground is still a good spot to be at too. But there's a team moving from the left, and that is T5 moving across Monte Nuevo into the circle.
Yeah, it looks like they're going from the north to actually wrap around to the western side there. So that should actually face a lot less resistance, mainly because like other teams are already taking control over the high ground in this circle now. We got PLM on the north, GE in the mountain just adjacent to them. We got AAP as well taking control of a high point themselves just across the road from where PLM is. So T5 are now just looking to try to take control of some complexes in that main road, and that actually might put them in a good position to ambush E36. Enter Force has just entered Monte Nuevo, so they might be under pressure from T5 if they can set themselves up in the complex quickly enough.
Yeah, so I guess so far they have a good amount of options, but there are some teams who already parked themselves at certain strategic high grounds, and that's where they get to see the rotations. From what we see on screen right now, ArkAngel Predator saw the rotation of T5, and now they know that T5 is just right below them.
Yeah.
And because of their current position, they can sort of like stop gate T5 from coming out the compound.
Yeah, so T5 right now have to split themselves up into the 2-2 formation here along the main road. E36 should be able to give them the slip if they run along the edge of the circle here. T5 was also under fire for one call, though that seemed to have drawn the attention of eArena. But right now, E36 wanders straight into the gun sights of AAP right now, trying to force them away from their mountain, it looks like. And E36 seems to be getting the hint somewhat. They're falling back into a more safer position behind the dunes. But that's going to certainly put them in a tight spot, though, because it's still right on the edge of the circle here. The blue zone is already closed around Monte Nuevo now. So if anything, AAP is just keeping E36 under immense pressure here.
Oh, purple with Esports. Tanawat has the high ground now. And together with a supply crate, so that's a good lucky spot for him. And on top of that, just below him is there's another team, GE. And he can overlook their rotation. But let's see if that's going to be important now that circle will shift and Picado is no longer the focal point. Even teams on the high ground power grid will need to come down, and it's going to be an even open fight for most of these teams.
But for AAP, it's still perfect for them. They don't really have to move that much. They can still potentially gatekeep E36 and T5 right now. But fights already breaking out between Gex as well as PMA. Both of them are fighting right now over control in the southern side, or rather just outside of the circle here. We also got QConfirm still in the blue zone, still continuing to farm inside Los Leones here. ArkAngel Predator though under pressure from Starlord, E36. Starlord trying to get across.
Here we go.
With a jump there. This Dukes of Hazzard style, but didn't quite work out well. Algebra was still able to get a headshot, though Evo Patrick was around the corner there to snipe him down to prevent any more damage from that point on. But E36 pretty much has secured this complex here. ArkAngel Predator is under pressure now.
Yeah, ArkAngel Predator. Looks like they want to take back this compound and they want to save their teammate at the same time. We can see that Alec has arrived just beside of this compound where E36 is in. At this point, they're crashing in as a team, and now they're going to go for it.
Yeah, XK1 is the last person standing from E36. Hakai will get dropped down as part of the NGE's fight against Gex right now. So that's also breaking out on the western side, while in the meantime on the eastern side, that was on the east. Now on the western side, T5 is also getting in on the action with E36 there. Alec getting taken down. Deva there should be able to lead him, but he still needs to find a last member. E36 XK has just been knocked down, but then they already had the revive come out onto Starlord. Sylphia just now. He's still hanging on by a thread there, but Alec seems to have spotted him. True the door, he comes around, tries to betray, but no, through the smoke, he cannot spot him at all.
Ah, the smoke. Oh, beautiful counter by Sylphia. It was only like one tick of health left, and Sylphia counterfire onto Alec, and Alec was taken down for Evo Patrick. We saw him clutch it out before inside of Miramar. He'll try to do it again.
Oh boy, Triple A has decided to go for a hot drop using the E pickup onto EA, so that's going to be interesting to see. But for now,
to the left.
Still trying to clear this up. Evo Patrick finds XK1 by the side there, finishes Sylvia as well, so that will be E36 taken out in 16th place. But now the fight still continues on. Daytrade Gaming also getting a hit onto UV. They were coming in from the actually, the Daytrade was still within the circle that time, but then it seems like UV attempted to try to jump on top of them. With the E pickup, he already got Silhi coming down here. Probably going to get knocked down by Jackwab if he can just nail down the spray, but Silhi is still having half health right now, taking lots of damage. One more shot,
he got it.
He's going to be knocked down like that.
Ah, he got it. Silky can't react to that because when you're in the parachute, you can't shoot back. All you can do is just pray and hope that the shots do not land. Unfortunately, his prayer is not answered, and he's been taken out by his opponent. Attack all around, defended that area. Speaking about defending areas now, the circle will move, and this time it moves towards the right side, and this will be an advantage for like 5 teams within the circle, including Tycoon from CERBERUS Esports. He's still alive, but because he's the only last man standing, he will evade all fights, any and every team that's currently still in the map.
Patrick decided to pull away to get to the next safe zone, and that's going to be a reprieve right now for Purple Mood because he can proceed to the next circle without too much resistance. Hopefully, though, they still may have to encounter triple A on the way there. And in fact, their path seems to be gearing towards that direction anyway, with the gunfights coming out. And Zest has just been taken out by one trick, which spots him just trying to get across the road there to regroup with his teammates. So that's a little bit unfortunate for them. Wildcard still having a good position there. Even Patrick finds a shack in the middle of the open ground, gets taken out by Daytrade, who was set up in the complex up by the hills. So that was a little bit unfortunate for him there.
Salute to the hero, Evil Patrick. It's actually the second time that he clutched out another team after his other teammates were taken out. But now T5 is going to crash in onto GE. They want to take this compound. GE is still on the outside. That's not that blue. Gets taken out by Yuri, but now T5 is in the vicinity trying to find a target.
Yeah, there's only one member for them to try to take out inside there. T does get a grenade kill against a grenade knockdown onto Xsset Jr., so that's put a bit of a wrench in the works, but it still will try to clean up house here. T is the house just across there together with Clory, so they just can only watch on a little bit helplessly as the rest of T5 just storms onto the building there. They still have Utah inside and still alive right now, but only just. He's basically locked up inside the house right now. The Theerathon fight is trying to flush him out with the Molotov on both sides of the windows. That's forcing him now to get towards the stairwell. Pantabo is going to use this opportunity to try to get around, but Theerathon 5 still waiting, or rather still have to get the revive back up onto their teammates here. So they're kind of in a tight spot. GE is still able to handle this fight. Now we got Clory's coming across the road now to get through the window.
Wait,
oh
what?
Boy.
The smoke?
The smoke!
The smoke!
Barely protecting them. Now they have a Molotov already set on the staircase, so I don't think we're going to get in. Certi tries to come to the window, gets killed off as well, and Genius Esports has been eliminated.
Oh wow, okay, that was insane. I mean, that smoke bought enough time for T5 to recover and counterfire onto their opponent. That was really, really lucky, I must say.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think they were a little bit desperate there to try to take control over that building because, again, if they didn't win that fight, T5 would easily have gatekept both Certi and Clory's from getting into this next safe zone. So I think either way, their hand was really forced in that situation there. So I think it's just unfortunate that they couldn't get enough knockdowns to go there and just couldn't see through the smoke, I guess. QConfirm as well is moving out from the south side. That's going to put them in a collision course right now with Purple Mood. Lyric's just watching as those cars get over the cliff, but it seems like QConfirm is able to recover now and just headed towards Purple Mood's side, who are still under fire from EA during this time though, because EA is already within the safe zone of the circle. This really is a fight right now to get to this next circle here, and it looks like QConfirm might be a bit held up.
Yeah, lucky for QConfirm when they went down the cliff, they have enough cover not to be shot by Purple Mood Esports. If not, it's going to be hard. But anyway, now Purple Mood Esports needs to go into the circle. Same goes for QConfirm, same goes for AAA. And what's stopping them from getting into the circle is the road. And we've talked about this many, many times, that the road is such an open area. And if you want to get across, well, one is you got to pray with a vehicle. Second, create a smoke bridge.
Yeah, Purple Mood is now moving, trying to burst right through between EA as well as AAA. A lot of knockdowns there. Fluky is already down, and I think ZC is trying his very best to finish him off as well, but it looks like he will be taken out by the other members of QConfirm there. They're just literally just clearing up, mopping up the rest of PLM there, so that's already down to just one member now. But not for long though, the grenade will come through from Opon to take out Borbot, and that would be Purple Mood out in 10th place.
Just as when Barbos was about to reset himself, he immediately got eliminated by the nade from QConfirm, and now QConfirm has 7 kills to their name. Looks like they're looking to come back this round.
Well, UV is under pressure though, because T5 still having the full stack is taking this fight against them in the northern part, and this is going to be a fight to see who will be making it onto the next phase here, it looks like, because Svel is seems to be the only one standing here under a lot of pressure from the frag grenades coming in, and he will not be able to stand up to that at all. Now T5 is also taking a couple of knocks of their own, now just using the frag grenades to try to finish off that last member there, but they still need to watch out with J-Ken, who's already moved down southwards to take control over the border of the circle now, so T5 is not quite out of the woods yet.
Oh yeah, T5 as well as Unicorn Venom, these two teams we'll definitely need to fight. But let's not forget as well, Daytrade Gaming is just behind JKen.
Yup.
JKen putting too much focus onto T5.
Yeah, they were being fired.
Backstab. Yeah, that's it. And there you go.
Yeah, but-
Wait a second, it's Rascal that took out JKen.
They killed JKen, but then Daytrade is also moving out of the complex now to head off T5, who's coming into the circle just about now. Hasawat still has a frag grenade. He's going to use that last one there to send it towards Daytrade to hopefully open up a front now to take this fight against them. They still have to deal with the fact that Daytrade has a complex to fall back into, which they are doing right now. That's how they're keeping themselves secure in this circle here. So there's 3 complexes. 3 of them are being held by one call Daytrade as well as eArena. You still have AAA stuck on the crossroads down by south. GEX as well, stuck on the western side, just now being engaged upon by eArena. Xsset has just spotted them. Tries to get a shot, but it still gets knocked down though. Now frag grenade is going to be coming up from Lyric's side to try to force GEX out of that position there and hopefully into the line of fire.
Oh, here we go. eArena, can they defend this area? Because their opponent's not going to make it easy for them. I saw their side. Lyric, we shot from behind, and Lyric gunned down by UpChen.
Oh man, as soon as I saw him running back, I knew that DX would be able to catch him at some point, and the problem is he was right out in the open, so no cover for him to get to. Now eArena under threat here from GX, but then a shot coming around from Tasawat's side actually takes out Yuri, and that's what actually finished off GX.
Here we go. eArena managed to defend that area. There was a good defense there from eArena, but now their second problem is to get into the circle, but we'll leave that for later. That's Daytrade Gaming going up against T5. Daytrade Gaming also on the outside of the circle. T5, the entire squad on the outside as well. And this is a fight that they cannot evade.
Nope, they will have to take them either way if they want to take control over the north. They can still disregard one call on the other side because they're a little bit tied up trying to watch out from teams moving up from the south side. That's specifically AAA right now, who's still having the ditch as control right now.
Would you?
Russetet tries to get a drop there, but didn't quite work out. Unfortunately, a frag grenade by Belmont was already knocked down. Panta Bomb, Hasawat's also been taken out. T5 is starting to lose too many men right now, and Daytrade is still left standing here, so this is looking like a bad engagement here for T5. Can they actually find the drops they're looking for? Daytrade now moving up now to try to head off Tanadol, but unfortunately a knockdown onto Bell move. Norins is actually forcing Daytrade to dig in a little bit more into this complex, which is going to allow Russetet to move up, but unfortunately, there's not a lot of cover between them.
Oh, beautiful long range shot there by ZZ. And now with that knock, he can actually secure that kill, but it's not secured yet. That's why he's tossing out those nades. ZZ with counterfire upon, immediately push back. And now ZZ, having his teammates coming in, inside, is going to come in from the outside of the circle to secure those kills.
Whoa, right in the middle of that, Russetet had the right idea, but unfortunately 2 members of Daytrade was still up trying to get a revive, so that's a bit unfortunate. Now Tanado is going to try to make an entry as well. This time he has a frag grenade ready, although I don't know whether he'll be able to nail all of Daytrade Gaming inside this close quarters anyway. Door's going to open up, he does get a drop of the Tanado there, so like the flash will eliminate T5 here, so leaves only these 4 teams now. One call Daytrade, AAA as well as eArena, and Insight right now had to link up together with Xsset. Unfortunately, AAA has taken control of their complex, so they had to move out of position anyway, but now they are in the middle of no man's land here. Xsset may have to head off towards AAA's direction, and that is not a very comfortable sight to see.
Oh, not at all. Inside, he was in the circle previously, and he took a risk to go out, but AAA is there to finish him off from an off angle. Inside took that risk, but that risk didn't pay off, unfortunately.
Yeah, eArena out now, so it looks like it's going to be down to these 3 teams here. Neither has a full stack. One call number one call at AAA, as well as Daytrade are still 3 men available. Flash has just been knocked down arena outside, while AAA tries to move in onto their position here around the west side of the circle. So this is looking like a tough fight now for AAA because they don't really, for Daytrade, because they don't really have a good spot here to try to put some fire into Untitled Round, and Untitled Round still has a bunch of grenades. They're going to be using it now to try to keep them suppressed, but Daytrade will just lose Flash just like that as Jedi takes the shot, and then now One Call is looking to try to get in on this action too.
Well, AAA, the Kings of Picado, is currently at 10 kills, and they still have opportunity to get more, with One Call still active together with Daytrade Gaming. Now the circle does shift a little bit on the right side, but for One Call, they are on the clear. No one's on the left to challenge them.
Yeah, that's the thing. So they are just waiting to see how this fight between Daytrade as well as AAA is going to work out here. But chances are Daytrade might be under a lot of pressure here, but they still have plenty of these dudes to play around with and still have some frag grenades to use too. That's a nice shot there into Norrin, so that's already taking him out of the equation completely. Belmov is the last one standing, only has a QBZ here to use. Not exactly the best in range. He does have an SLR he probably would try to use against Eta all around, but again, with the frag grenades coming in from one call side as well, it looks like Daytrade Gaming's days might just be done.
Oh yeah, Daytrade Gaming might be done. Same goes for AAA if they can't take over the era where their opponent, one call is at. Right now, AAA is winning this fight against Daytrade Gaming. Belmont is still on the outside of the circle. He's been pressured by two teams. There's no way he's going to get out of this, and finally been taken out by Jaxi.
Yeah, now, but one call has already done very well to move and take control over the rest of this circle here, while AAA was still stuck on the western side. So now they have to turn around here and see Moy coming out, but then to get a good ping off of the build, off of the car there, jumping down. 2 knockdowns already for Equilucia. Now he's trying to find a third to Jaxi, who still has a stun grenade in hand. Tries to send it around to Equilucia, just temporarily stunning him there, but they still will get the shot there in the end, and Attack All Around gets their first chicken dinner of the grand finals.
Oh yeah, Attack All Around, hailing from Thailand. So we got 3 teams from the Thai region now netting chicken dinners, and all of them are different teams. And for Attack All Around to get this chicken dinner from winning the Picado fight against CERBERUS Esports, they are sending a statement basically to CERBERUS Esports that do not challenge us inside of Picado.
And what an upward trajectory this is now for Attack All Around, because they finished yesterday in 11th place, had the highest finish of 2nd, but that was only towards the end of the day. So now with having taken the chicken dinner here, hopefully this is going to be a sign of things to come here from this team, who again have been so consistent in the way they played Miramar. Like, everyone I think at this point knows that Picado is pretty much their like go-to spot, and CERBERUS tried to challenge them for that. Didn't quite work out well for them though, surprisingly. And AAA still managed to come back into this fight here. It was still mostly a Daytrade versus T5 affair, to be fair, during this final phase. But again, AAA took all the opportunities they had handed to them and just used it very, very well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. AAA, they are definitely on point. Despite them having to deal with Daytrade Gaming, but they're still able to get this chicken dinner. Despite one call just waiting for them, but it was still a moment. But this is, speaking about moments, this is another one. So while I think this is the first, or maybe the very, very few of like a team takes the emergency pickup, goes down and gets taken out. So that's one of the very few moments.
Yeah, another, we didn't see this on camera as well, but I think AAA did the same thing against eArena at 1.2, while they were still in Picado. They used the E-pickup to reposition themselves to the flank of eArena, try to drop on top of them. And that unfortunately wasn't enough to finish them off there. So again, they still had to be bogged down in this fight against eArena for the rest of that circle there. Then T5, they tried to make an approach from at first they were approaching from the north, then decided to move off to the west. But eventually running into Daytrade there was certainly not something they were wanted in that case there. But nevertheless, Attack All Around, Equilucia especially, the 2 knockdowns there was pretty much what opened up the fight here against one call, and pretty much was game over from that point once Chibrit was knocked down.
Yep, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, the highlights from round number 1. And I think the trend is still pretty much the same, like from yesterday, whereby the starting of the round, we would see only one team fighting for one compound or one city. That's it. And everything else will be left for like phase 3 to 4, and that's where we'll see a lot of fights happening everywhere in the map.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a good start for the day here for AAA. Again, a team that didn't get a chicken dinner yesterday, came very close during the 5th round yesterday. So now they've already gotten their first chicken dinner. That's hopefully going to put them up in the top 8. But again, they still need to play another round of Miramar here. Are they still going to try to drop on Picado one more time, where they will still risk getting another hot drop like they did against CERBERUS? Although they did handle that fight quite well, which to their credit was the best they could hope for. But then again, with that pattern still being consistent for them here, I wonder, are they going to start to change up the game plan a little bit now that other teams start to figure it out? Or are they still going to stick like stubbornly onto that one little town?
I have a feeling that CERBERUS Esports will move away from Picado now, because the win rate for Picado does favor AAA. And for CERBERUS Esports to take that risk again, knowing that the statistics does show that AAA is better inside Picado. I think we'll see the next round that Cerberus Esports will move away.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it might be incumbent on another team actually to try to jump onto AAA. But when you have juicier targets like PLM or T5 to hot drop, maybe you want to go for those teams instead. Who knows? But then again, that's already the first round of Miramar. We're going to be going for another round of Miramar. No breaks in between this. But then we're going to be giving you guys an update now on the full results of that first map. So let's go ahead and have a look right about now to see who comes out fully on top. Of course, Attack All Around having 14 kill points is certainly going to be a leader here. But one call Daytrade actually not too far away from each other. 11 and 10 points respectively here. Global Esport Xsset also 1 point behind Daytrade here. So other than the fact that Attack All Around basically hoarded the majority of the kill points here, I would say the other teams had a fair bit of progression too.
Yeah, the gap is not that far on page number 2 as well. We got a good number of 1s, 0s, and 3s. But one thing that still remains is for, let's see, the Expendables still without a play. Without getting this placement point, meaning that their overall placement points collected as of now is still only 9, still a single digit.
And haven't really been able to make much progress there. So Theerathon 5 though, in spite of the fact they lost the fight against I think it was Daytrade as well, so they still managed to recover with like 8 points here, which still keeps them competitive with both eArena and QConfirm. Let's go ahead and have a look at how this tallies now with the overall results here. How far up will Attack All Around upgrade themselves to? Wow, second place, just like that. One chicken dinner and like 14 kills is enough to overtake Global Esports Xsset. Wow, that's impressive.
Here's the thing about PUBG's format, right? It's like, what I learned, don't look at ranks. Just look at the total points and that's it. Focus on that. Because it can easily swap, like, Attack All Around, they were like somewhere in page 2, middle of page 2 perhaps. And with that one game, one chicken dinner immediately shoots up to a number 2 spot. But what interests me is that the gap between T5 and at least the second place, right now the gap is 21 points. Before this was 23. So a little bit of a catch up there, but 21 points is still at least a round or a round and a half worth.
It's crazy as well when you look at like Cerberus' position there, because now, again, I mean, granted they didn't manage to make much points here, given that they were the first team to bow out, but that underperformance now has dropped them all the way down to 13th place, and the gap between them and Theerathon 5 is just more than twice now of the amount of points that Theerathon has. So that's looking like a little bit tough now for Cerberus if they. But again, maybe if they can just get another chicken dinner, perhaps they will be able to get themselves back into the first page. But they'll still have to get one call, especially even though they finished second, are still not able to get themselves out of the first page. They're still in rank 9 right now. But at least they're within a touching distance of both Made in Thailand as well as ArkAngel Predator. So they still can potentially get themselves up in there. It's still going to take quite a bit of effort though, I think, from the Indonesian squad.
Yes, so let's see if they can pick themselves up, because right now, looking at placement points for one call, only 8. But they depended a lot on kill points. And at this stage of the tournament, it's no longer about like, okay, whether you're going to be the top 8, you have lots of slots to move on to the next round. Nah, you just want to be the champion. So with 19 more games to go, however one cause them playing, maybe focusing heavily only on the kill points and just ignoring placement points entirely. This needs to change if they want to catch up to a team like T5.
Yeah, I think like most of the teams right now in that first page are 20 kills and above anyway. So if you're not meeting that scoreline, it's going to be quite hard for you to catch up. So I can see only one call in eArena are fitting the bill in that regard. Genius Esports to a certain extent too. But it's still going to take a huge amount of effort from these 3 teams in order to stay competitive with the top 8 right now. And don't even get started with like NGE and Enter 436. These 2 guys have struggled quite a bit to find find a good position for the final fight in this first map here. So hopefully once we come back into Miramar yet again, we'll hopefully see them try to improve upon that performance. Let's have a look at the kill stats right now. As of today's match number 1, these are the 5 top killers of the map right now. AAA, of course, taking the bulk of it since they're the ones who got 14 kills in total. So it's no surprise there, I feel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All their players who got kills are actually on the leaderboard, at least for game number 1. So other than that, we have Yuri as well as all pawns. But this time around, QConfirm. To me, it's quite a surprise how QConfirm is performing right now. They are like towards the end of page number 2 when. During the group stages, and they're one of the teams who qualified directly from the group stages. They were like number 2 at that point. So looking really good. And in fact, for the first day at least, QConfirm, they had quite a gap between the other teams during the group stages. But this is a big shift of performance from QConfirm.
I'm not sure whether you can consider a big shift because they still did finish 4th and 3rd when it came to Miramar yesterday. So it still looks like the Miramar performance is what's carrying QConfirm so far. But they still need to try to work harder when it comes to Tego as well as Erangel, because it seems like other teams have to beat in that regard. And the fact that Opal's only got like 3 kills, I can't quite see what his other teammates also got here. But safe to say, I think like they still need to do a lot more really to capitalize on these 2 Miramar maps here. So there's still one more Miramar round to go, so I think QConfirm can certainly try to farm that, but I would be really worried for them if they can't make up for their lack of performance during the Tego and Erangel rounds yet again today. So that's something that they need to try and improve on.
Yeah, we have 19 more games to go. Anything can still happen. And there's also this theory of like some teams, they need time to warm up, adjusting themselves, especially after the 2 off days before we come into the grand final. So they need to adjust themselves, adjust their mindset, and just be prepared for the next round. But of course, the flip side is that games are running out. We still have 19 games, but by the time we keep talking about, oh, we got 19, we got 18, we got 17, by that time it's the last 5 games, and sometimes during the last day there will be some teams who will not have any chance at all to get the championship. So if a team like QConfirm, who we have seen the potential in the group stages, it's about time, guys, to start.
It's about time. I mean, it's the grand finals already, the main event of this PUBG Asia Super Cup. It's like, what better time is there to buck up, isn't it? But nevertheless, I think as we're going to be moving into our next map here, I really want to see the teams that, here's the main thing that these teams have to remember is that anytime they drop one of these maps where they get 0 points for placement and kills, means that there's going to be future rounds they need to make up for that difference. And if they aren't able to make up that difference, it's going to be a further downward spiral for them. And OneCall had done well to get themselves in the final phase fights. It's just that it seems like their underperformance in yesterday's games is what's kind of like holding them back a little bit. So today it's just all going to be about recovery. It's all about making up for the points they lost out on yesterday's matches. And given that it's still going to be the same kind of map rotations, there's ample opportunity for them to spot or to try to figure out how best to approach these games here, especially when you're facing off the other top 16.
Yeah, so I mean there should be enough data now, because not only we played last week but we also played yesterday. So I do expect some teams to change up how their strategy is, like their drop spots or even their rotations this time around. I was kind of expecting the Picado fight, but now with the fight that we've already seen inside Picado, I have a gut feeling that Cerberus Esports will move to somewhere else. But that sometimes depends on the flight path as well. If the flight path is just too far away from anywhere else, then it's going to be hard. But we have a little bit of a sneak peek on the flight path, and I can say and I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that the flight path is it still allows those 2 teams to drop straight into Picado.
Exactly. I mean, again, it's still close enough that, the Picado strat, as it were, for AAA can still work out for them. OneCall, I'm trying to remember where exactly they dropped in that last map. I think they were closer to like El Pozo or like to the east, the western side of the map. given that's where they reached in from the next circle. So let's see where they're going to decide to try to drop off this time around. I still want to I also want to note as well that Theerathon 5, really didn't make much progress technically in terms of like how many points they earned from this first map itself. But then again, because of the lead being that huge between them and Purple Moon not able to capitalize from this first map itself, so that's widened the gap further between Theerathon 5 and the other former top 5 teams here. And with now Attack All Around being in the contention here, certainly that's going to force some teams now to pay a little bit more attention to Attack All Around. It's maybe they just might be the dark horse in this competition, wouldn't you say?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, we've seen Attack All Around before, and not only that, they win their early fights. Like the Picado fight, I think is a good example. So if you can win your early fights against a team that got a chicken dinner before, then I think you're kind of sending a statement as well. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see if the Picado fight will continue as we head on to game number 2. Again, amazing cinematics here. Thanks to our observing team. They've been working really hard behind the scenes. And a Picado it is. Get your cameras ready.
Yeah, so that flight path is going from south to north here. Kind of splits the map in 2/3, biased towards the west side. Already I'm seeing like AAA just jumping out, immediately headed towards Picado yet again. CERBERUS as well.
Okay.
Doing the same thing. So may have a round 2 between these two teams now on Picado yet again. NGE seems like they want to try to jump towards the western side this time around instead of sticking to the eastern side, and might actually put them in a path together with Daytrade here. AAA and CS, yep, still going to be landing in Picado. Genius Esports going to be taking up to the northern part of where they are. So it seems like a similar kind of drop strategy for a lot of these teams here.
Well, you know what they say, Victor? If you can't beat them, you try to beat them again.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but okay.
Well, that's what CERBERUS Esports is thinking. I think, they didn't get the original message.
And Haisaki,
Here we go.
He certainly learned a thing or two from Janku off, like picking up the shotgun early on there to get a hot drop. But then again, the other members of AAA actually done well to avoid these rooftop areas here. So Haisaki is still going to be stuck on top. Jedi already picked up a Mini 14 and a double-barreled shotgun for himself. Now they're still going to be, I think Duckmai has already picked up a bit of damage as well, though he has an M249, so perhaps we'll be able to pour some fire. Haisaki spots one as he attempts to get onto the second floor here. They're still a little bit spread out relatively, but CS Solo Z is already taking control of the warehouse there, so there could be a fallback point should they need to. Although, as I say that, the circle actually lands further down southwards, so now they're just fighting literally at the border of this next safe zone.
Okay, I'm excited for this kind of circle. I do like this circle because the high ground's just on the southern side of Chumacera. It's one of those tricky areas to play, and you would have a good advantage if you were to rotate in fast and early and take those high grounds. And it's always easier from a high ground to go to a low ground rather than from a low ground to go to a high ground. So you would always want to prioritize those checkpoints. But there's also a part of the circle within Picado, and I guess because of that, this fight might take a while, unless like AAA, they're like really confident coming out of the chicken dinner, and they just want to go on a rampage mode against CS.
Well, the thing is, Autoskirt and as well as Janku 2 off are both surrounded by CS right now, so any way you cut it, they will have to fight through them in order to link up the rest of their teammates. Enter Force 36 Sylphia spots Smell attempting to try to get close to their compound. He's still going for the chase now to try to get a knockdown here, but I don't think that's going to be likely, especially other members of UV now moving down the same road here. The Rage is definitely way too far there for the 416 to actually land any good shots there, so I think he should be able to get past there, past that pretty easily. The other members of UV are also just taking control over the road across from where E36 is, so they're not looking to actually get into a fight right about now. It's still a little bit too early for that, I feel. But nevertheless, E36 can still rest assured that they still have control over the coastal area here. It's just that UV's position sort of threatens them from the flank at least, so they're hoping that maybe like I think it's going to be less secure if another team surrounds them on the other side as well. So perhaps that might be encouraging E36 to try to take that fight against UV here.
Yeah, especially if the circle does shift. But we'll need to wait for the second circle, then we have a better idea from there. But I do like UV's position, not gonna lie. That's one of the strategic locations on the high ground, and you'll be able to see rotations, especially on the southern side, the coastline. So that is a good one there. With information, you can decide what you want to do next, or you can try to take those early shots. But speaking about early, so new generation esports, very, very lucky to get this supply drop.
Yeah, literally on the outskirts of Los Leones as well. And you got two members now linking up with them, and they shouldn't face much resistance either because the only team is close to them is Myth, but they're still further down south from where Los Leones is. Been a counter going on here between AAA as well as CES here as Tycon takes a lot of damage here from Ultraskirt. That's certainly going to open up the flank on the right-hand side a little bit more should AAA decide to try to move up. Global Esport Xsset, that was the other team that I was going to mention there. They're fighting right now on the south side of Los Leones for wrestling for control over this town right now. But Gex's position is a little bit spread out. Two of the members are still holding back, not proceeding to Los Leones right now. So that leaves only Upchen as well as Xavier to try to take this fight against TE, who have mobilized everyone here now to try to take control of the south point.
Yeah, the Expendables, not sure if they know that they're being watched by GX. And looking at GX, Upchen's view, looks like they do have some sort of view onto their opponent. But we're coming back onto the Picado fight. Still a stalemate between these two teams as we kind of expected because they are still within the circle. So no big moves yet from either side. But from what we see, the spread, Cerberus Esports seems to have a better spread onto AAA. So they can slowly close in on the AAA, just try to catch them on multiple angles. And the moment they get a knockdown, that's where all of them will rush in.
Genius Esports is actually going to be heading off anyone coming up Picado right now, having taken this position down south of that town. So whoever wins this fight now between AAA and Cerberus is certainly going to be facing off against Genius Esports later on. So oh boy, that's going to be something that will be playing on their mind later on as we proceed on. But again, they're still very much having their focus now against the squad that's like directly across the street from them here. AAA still have not moved from their positions. They're still holding this very same buildings there, only occasionally peeking out of windows there to spot if like Cerberus is doing any major movements. But for now, without the circle, without even the blue zone getting close to them at all, there's not really any incentive for either of these teams to go out in the open.
Yeah, no real big reason to make the big moves just yet. Unless the circle does shift away from Picado, and that's very likely to happen because they're by the edge. It is still phase 1. Normally, there will be enough space for this kind of circle versus city for it to move away. And that's where we'll see fights. The fight will happen inside of Picado. Unless either one of the teams chooses to exit and uses a emergency pickup, there will be a different story. But it does feel like Cerberus Esports, they are interested to settle the score.
Yeah, so there's still 3 teams that are outside of the next save zone here. We got one call still on the northern side, close to water treatment. You got QConfirm just down southeast of them, very close by, so perhaps could be a gatekeeper as well if one call decided to move down south directly. We got T5 as well, starting to make them move towards Picado. That's going to put them. Actually, they're going to be moving like more or less the same kind of path they did in last game, where they're going to be cutting through Monte Nuevo. Though this time around, very much less resistance to have to deal with here. Made in Thailand, in the meantime, seeing the Expendables Duck Juice actually coming down here. Oh boy, that's going to be easy pickings for them.
Ooh, okay. We have the term spray and pray, but this is glide and pray, ladies and gentlemen. And so far so good, his prayers are being answered, but okay, I spoke too soon, sorry.
Yeah, the spread coming through. Xavier will take him down, so Duck Juice is out.
It's GX.
It's there, yeah, it's GX, but then it's the Expendables Duck Juice who's just got caught out there, I think.
Yeah, it is.
So, very unfortunate for him there. But nevertheless, the fight still continues on. Oh, eArena getting a nil pickup there on the Agent Boss as ArkAngel Predator tried to run right in between them all along the road. And looks like they will leave him to his devices. Agent Boss will get deleted there. Fortunately, the other 3 members of ArkAngel Predator were able to slip by. Although, yeah, it doesn't look like they took much damage either. So, a bit lucky for them, a little bit unlucky for Agent Boss though.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Redsea traveling across and they managed to they got caught out in a similar situation. But QConfirm right now wants to confirm this kill, but not able to land a single shot. At the same time, they are taking out the blue. Though it is phase 1 and the damage is not that significant, But then again, it's all about rotating into the circle after that. And as the circle shifts away, then teams will get closer to each other, making teams on the outside coming into the circle a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, one call might be under siege from QConfirm though, who will also decide to stay out in the blue zone. Leon's Pet Dread, Opan's now moving quickly onto Trix's position, and Seymour can only just run away right now. He's not in position to try to save his teammate there, I think. Attack all around, Jankuov as well as Otis Grid has started to make some moves. It doesn't look like they're going to be getting out of the building that they're holed up in yet, although they managed to force Haisaki out of his own position there, so it looks like they traded buildings practically, but no knockdowns happening on that side. In the meantime, I think like what Trick has just been spotted already by QConfirm, who are already surrounding him on all sides there. Jexy is going to try to come in there to try to rescue him, hopefully. But there you can see they're so far out inside the blue zone right now. So again, this is not going to be a fight that one call necessarily wants to take.
Well, I'll be interested to see what's happening to Trick right now, because he seems to be fighting against the other opponent, and
got a
his
knockdown.
teammates actually coming in, and here we have it. We have visual. Leon tries to take on Trick, but Trick is so far so good. But yeah, there you go.
I mean, when you have so many crowded around, but again, to Trick's credit, he managed to get 2 knockdowns though on the 2 members who tried to confront him directly. So it looks like one called Simboy as well as Chiburit is going to be joining in here to try to rescue their teammate here and hopefully head off both Leon's as well as Opons, who was still on the ditch outside. So that shack there, that's where Trick was trying to head off like this assault from QConfirm. Seemed to have managed to get a knockdown, so he seems to be okay for now, even though he's bleeding out quite rapidly. Leon ZQ is making it hard for one call to actually reach his teammate there, and in fact putting some fire onto Jexy, who is set up on the high ground there. Now he's gonna try to wrap around the western side here. Wants to try to finish off. The last member of the member of one call, which is Trick. But then Chiburit tries to go in for the rescue. Didn't quite get the knockdown he was looking for there. He gets a knockdown instead by someone else from one call.
You know what? I'm worried for these two teams because we are entering phase 3 soon, and the blue zone damage obviously will be higher. I worry that these two teams will be eliminated by the zone at some point. So this fight has to end quickly.
Well, they still have plenty of health kits, at least on the one call side. Now they're sending frag grenades down to try to clean up house here. QConfirm, they thought they could try to take this fight here, but it seems like it's all collapsing rapidly for them as Opons gets taken out by Chiburit. So that's a good shot there by one call. Now they've wrapped things up. They can now proceed to the safe zone here, and it's going to be great news for them.
Yeah, and QConfirm, they were the ones who rushed in onto one call, but they lost the fight, so it wasn't worth it for them. And now coming back to Picado, these two teams still locked in despite the blue already on top of them, guys. It's time.
It's time. You got to finish off this fight here. The problem is that neither side is able to peel off of this effectively without taking casualties, and that's pretty much the reason why AAA can't really back themselves out of this fight rapidly from Cerberus. They've already taken control of some buildings here, and that's now forced AAA to try to move in on their position. Daytrade, in the meantime, is still in an engagement right now with New Generation Esports. But then it seems like neither team's collapsing on each other because they're still in the middle of this safe zone here. Ultrascrit now trying to scan on the upper floors here. They still trying to keep the siege going onto Haisaki here. They both exchange buildings, but then now AAA is back onto the same building they were in before, but they know that Haisaki is in one of these floors here, so they are going floor for floor, staircase to stairwell, trying to spot him out. I think they saw his head just pop there, so Ultrascrit tries to go for the shot, now pursues him into the room here, pops open the door, waits for him. Oh boy, watches out from the right-hand side, knowing that Haisaki is still there, doesn't quite have the jump on him quite yet. Oh, and he gets knocked out as well. So him and Jack Kutuov will be taken out there. Cerberus has drawn the blood.
Haisaki, this time around Cerberus Esports winning the fight with 3 kills on the AAA. And looks like a little bit of a curse continuing here on from yesterday. The moment you got a chicken dinner in the next round, it will be a tough round for most of the teams like what we saw yesterday. And looks like AAA, they are currently suffering the fight against Cerberus Esports, and now the fact that the circle shifts away, it's not helping either side.
No, it's still going to be a lot of ground for them to cover between Picado as well as the safe zone. They still haven't taken out J-Dai yet, so there's still potential for AAA to try to salvage some kill points from this. But then again, they're still out of the blue zone, and we're already entering phase 3, so at this point, it's going to be a lot more painful to stay out in the blue here. Nevertheless, for PLM, they are still in the middle of this next circle here. They don't really have to move out of the way quite yet. In fact, like they do have a bit of high ground they can use here. DAY2, in the meantime, just consuming whatever he has right now in order to stay alive. Now we're going to be riding with eArena, who is again taking control over the south side here, trying to head up a fight that's coming their way from AAA, although from AAP. Though ArkAngel Predators seems to want to try to pull away farther from where eArena is currently based at, while at the same time, Purple Mood is regrouping on the western side, so they might be setting up potentially to head off eArena should they try to collapse onto the position.
It's okay, fans of AAA. I mean, DAY2, he has the power to force. He should be able to get out there, hopefully, with a good amount of recovery items. Or maybe he has an emergency pickup. He just needs to find an exit and use it. But hey, there's another team. Okay, one call is passing by Picado.
He's still going to take the shot. I was thinking
okay,
he hold on there, but no, he's trying to go for the kill points here. Can
No!
get a second one there, but Strick takes him out after his teammate got knocked out of his car there. So very unfortunate. It looks like the curse continues. The team that takes the first chicken dinner never having a good round in the second map.
Yeah, continue on to AAA, unfortunately. I wonder what's happening right now to CERBERUS Esports, but we should be able to get visual later on. Now we're focusing on to Enter Force 36 against GE, and GE with a high ground advantage. Enter Force 36, they can go in for the flank because GE doesn't have visual onto them, and now GE, Enter Force 36, they might want to settle this right here.
It's going to be a tough battle though because, again, they can't rely on other teams really trying to pour fire on them, although Purple Moon is doing their level best though, fighting from across the field. And E36 seems to be pulling back towards Deva's position, so they're trying to get back to the border of the circle instead of pushing in from this direction here, feeling the resistance a little bit too high on this point here. And you also got UV being set up on the south side, so that could be potentially another pressure point coming in from the east here onto E36. And you were speaking about CES, they've only just now entered into the safe zone here coming in from western side. That's actually going to put them in the collision course with Daytrade though, so we'll keep you guys posted if that's going to come to pass. But right now, Theerathon 5 spotting Myth right on top of the hill there. Rascal Jr. trying to get the shots.
Yeah, this is going to be more like warning shots. Even if he gets a knockdown, we can see how rough the terrain is on the other side. Whoever who got knocked down will be able to still just crawl away into safety. So, and that's just more of like forcing them to use their utilities. Now the circle moved and a little bit of a shift to the left this time around, and that's good news for CS. But CS, look at the amount he's gatekeeping them.
Yeah, Nagori got a knockdown on Tycon there as E36 pours some fire onto them, forcing them now to pull away, but that's going to run them straight into Daytrade Gaming though. So that's out of the firing pan and into the fire there. Another knockdown there onto Solo Z coming from Daytrade side. Duckmine now attempting to try to pull away from this. He's just having to just turn and run. Just run as far as he can, try to avoid as much fire as he possibly could, but then his teammates in the meantime just taking out one after another. How many more can they still afford to lose at this point here? This doesn't look good now as Duckmine gets taken out, and that's going to be the end.
Oh, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and chipping it! Still alive after all those shots. Tanvu will be kicking himself. He must be thinking that I should have been able to land those shots, but hey, you know what? He's still able to land a couple. I think that's good enough to just force his opponent to use utilities.
Yeah, but one call is still good landing in the middle of nowhere. Really, there's no complexes for them to really take cover in. So they're still going to be finding it hard to try to defend a position here. Purple Moon Esports spotting Insight as he attempts to try to head them off a little bit by taking control of this shack, but that's also putting him under fire from Unicorn Venom, who is just close by. ArkAngel Predators right now in an engagement together with Theerathon 5. They already got a knockdown on Hasawat, trying to send some smoke grenades and frags as well to try to finish him off. Pantapon is attempting to try to get a revive, but is facing a lot of pressure here as the ArkAngel Predator doesn't want to let Hasawat go. Rascal comes over the hill, takes one down. Ewa Patrick tries to get through the shack right now to take on Pantapon, head to head there. Tries to go for the shot. Tree health. Got it down. He got him down just in time. Now to turn around and run though, because Will coming through the door is Taladol to get some sweet revenge, and Taladol in fact takes the last hit onto Alec as well, so they eliminated ArkAngel Predator from the contention.
And despite 2 knocks, actually T5, they still maintain the entire squad, and now they can take their time to reset because they still have part of the circle, and no other teams are close enough to challenge them. Moving over to Purple Moon Esports, they might lose Fluky here. Barbos as well as Thunders try to win the fight against UV. And this fight is by the edge of the circle. I can see the value of trying to win this fight because if they can do so, not only they get the loot out of Purple Mood Esports, but they also get a compound.
A compound they can use to control the south side effectively, so that's why UV now is moving onto Purple Mood's position, but Purple Mood just sending all the grenades they could now to just obscure the vision, to just make it a hard fight for them from here on out. They got Smell still holding back somewhat, while Sapawa Silhi and as well as NBK are moving up to try to get hit them into the compound there, while still taking fire from eArena from the eastern side. At the same time, Zixi trying to get some opportunist shots there with the Mark 12, still hasn't quite found the mark yet, though the safe zone now is moving further and up northwards, landing on top of new generation Myth, the Expendables, as well as one call somehow.
Wow, pretty much a 50-50 here, but I do like the position of Made in Thailand as well as NGE. They do have the high ground, they are on the other side of the road as well, so they'll be unchallenged. But for the rest of the teams, especially on the southern side, Unicorn Venom, Purple Mood Esports, this has to end.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now Thunders is trying to pull away from this fight here. We're also seeing Gex, just digging into this top side of this village on top of the hill here. That's putting them very much in control over this western side of the circle. Now Unicorn Venom continuing to pour some fire. I think they managed to get a knockdown to the Thunders there, thanks to a frag grenade coming from Chipper as well. Chipper also just finishing off Thunders at the same time. So one call also getting in on the action. Looks like Purple Mood would get taken out in 12th place out of all of that pressure.
Well, one call now with 7 kills onto their name, and one call with 7 kills. They are now in the top 5, but this round is not over yet. It's Made in Thailand. Notices the rotation of Daytrade Gaming, tapping onto the other side. Belmont knocked down, beautifully sprayed, or beautifully tapped by Duckman.
And at the same time, the T5 tried to move in from the east side, got caught up with NGE, but NGE having the high ground eliminates them as well in 11th place. So now 10 teams still remain. Looks like Genius Esports also being collapsed upon by E36, and it looks like E36 is not doing too well either in that regard. They already lost 2. Now Starlo is the last one standing, not for long though, as Cloris takes him out. So that's E36 out in 10th place.
Okay, those are the first 4 kills of GE, but they're not done yet. They have GEX next, just right beside them, but both teams in the same situation whereby they're on the outside circle and the blue is closing in onto them. But if they want to get into the circle, there will be Daytrade Gaming as well as one call waiting next.
Yeah, but Belmov is still down though and still bleeding out, so they still need to try to get a revive on him. eArena in the meantime gave both the Expendables and one call a slip, and they're trying to move closer and closer to Myth's position. Now going to be cut off before they can get across the road. UV in the meantime pouring some fire onto Genius Esports, sending all the frag grenades they could, and will eliminate Genius Esports in 9th place there, so that's going to be great for them. But now they have to turn around and face Indonesians, who are the only gatekeepers from them getting into this next safe zone.
Well, one call, they are on the roll now, having the most kills in a single round so far, while still maintaining all their teammates. They'll be looking to fight against UV and try to take this 4 points out of them.
Yeah, this is not looking good though, because Simoy and Trick has already been knocked down, so Jaxi and Chibri is trying to hold off this pressure coming from UV. Only got a knockdown on one member, which is going to be Sylphie, trying to get a second one there in NBK. Chibri, when he sends a frag grenade as well as a stun down his way. Sapawo now finishing off Trick there, is going to try to flank them on the right-hand side. May actually spot Chibri, who is right behind that tree over there, but Sapawo has his eyes set on that shack over there, thinking that one call might be using that as a base, but then now the Blues are collapsing onto them here. This is putting too much pressure on the UV. Oh, unfortunately, Sapawo gets caught out, and that's going to be Unicorn Venom out in 8th place.
Oh, we're not done yet with those fights. We have Daytrade Gaming trying to get into the circle, but Belmov needs to win this fight against Upchen. Upchen on the second floor. Upchen sees him first, and the counter fight comes in from Belmov. Beautifully shot from the ground floor, taking out Upchen, and GEX is out.
Yeah, but then eArena hearing all those commotion and now moving on to Daytrade's position, and they're in prime position to actually head them off unless Made in Thailand forces them to turn around there, because they are shooting at them from on top of the hill, and that's forcing eArena now to reconsider their options here, because while they thought they had the advantage against Daytrade, now they find themselves in the crossfire of 3 separate teams here, so they actually put themselves in a very bad position in the circle right now.
Well, but on the flip side, Made in Thailand has one of the best positions in the circle with a compound, with a high ground. Can't really complain about that. And majority of the play area is on the right side of the road. So right now we can see Flash knocking onto Xsset, but I believe that's a long range shot unless NG wants to crash in, but I think looking at the distance, that's not going to happen. We're going to put focus on the southern side, whereby Daytrade Gaming is trying to find their way into the circle.
Yeah, and on one call is trying to move up south as well, but got 2 knockdowns already. I think CERBERUS is the last person standing now for one call, and that's a very precarious position for them to be in. Even though they had the high ground, they still have plenty of members of Daytrade Gaming just pouring fire onto the Belmov, though he'll get caught out on the side by eArena still collapsing onto them at the same time. Now one call will get finally taken out there, but now Daytrade can focus on this fight against eArena.
Okay, here we go. Mid in Thailand. They're looking to steal away some kills here. Rogue is prepared with the long range and with the SLR, trying to find a good high ground angle. And Duckman's doing the same as well, shooting onto the other side, onto Daytrade Gaming, hoping to steal it away. And yes, a knockdown to Flash, but it's going to be Nurin securing that kill onto CERBERUS, securing the kill onto Nurin instead.
Yeah, the thing is, Daytrade is still technically on the outside of the safe zone, so they still need to try to win this fight, but with the pressure coming from mainland Thailand, that's making it not impossible for Daytrade to just focus on their fight with eArena here. If anything, eArena can just kind of like sit back and let Myth do all the heavy lifting here, because it seems like Daytrade getting gate kept so heavily from the team up in the north side.
Oh yeah, this is what Rogue has been looking for. The kill onto Flash, securing that point, and we'll see the next piece of circle soon. I guess it's very likely for us to see Myth as well as NGE still within the circle. But we have teams just around the outside. We have TE, the Expendables trying to get in, but they don't really have much cover.
That's the thing. The only team that has plenty of cover is NGE, and they're still in the middle of that circle, but up on the cliff side. If this next safe zone actually moves them further to the west, that's going to put them in the line of sight of Myth right now. The Expendables had a bit of a tough fight actually coming into this safe zone here. Actually suffered a couple of knockdowns. It seems like they were able to get at least one of their members back up, but now they're under fire from eArena here. This circle still lands on top of NGE somehow though, so they are still fighting their cliffside position very much in play, but then Myth at the same time still has a significant portion of their compound up on the high ground there inside this next play zone, so it's still working out for Myth in the end. It's I think at this point their game to lose.
Yeah, absolutely, and they still have a full squad, so manpower advantage to them as well. But for the Expendables, they don't have a full squad. They're on the outside of the circle. Looks like the current situation, TE might have the toughest are in the toughest position, arguably even for Daytrade Gaming as well. At the same time, we can see that Myth is moving in. They're getting closer and closer to the El Porter, but they gotta be careful with that. NGE still has the high ground on the left.
Sort of, but then they already picked up whatever was inside the care package to drop down on the road there. That's why Jacob and Rogue Nan decided to move down there in order to secure that loot, as well as to try to gain control over the rest of the circle here, because Myth so far has control over the north side. Now they're under fire for NG here. Rogue has just been knocked down though. Jacob also in trouble. He's been taken out. Myth, oh my goodness, that might have been just a fumble there, because they didn't really need to do that movement there, but nevertheless still did it anyway. And now NGE is able to reap all the rewards.
Well, it feels like Myth, they kind of forgot about NGE that was on the other side. So NGE took advantage of that and got a couple of kills there. But now that information is relayed back to the rest of the members of Myth, and they're starting to put focus on the NGE instead.
Yeah, Duckman's going to come down to try to get a revive there. In the meantime, still things are very tight for eArena. They're still technically within the safe zone here, but they're under pressure from the Expendables, as well as Daytrade still lurking around behind them. So they're not exactly secure on this western side of the circle here. Now that Myth has brought Jacob back up to speed, he can continue to try to head up NGE here, unless things are going to be falling apart rapidly for eArena. 2 knockdowns already on Lyrics as well as KM99, but then Daytrade tries to capitalize, gets taken down for the efforts though. Zixi with a double kill.
Okay, now we see the next phase of the circle. We still have one more phase before the circle closes entirely. But for TE, they're going to put pressure onto EA. Will the molly land? No, the nade as well. The vehicle blocked that view, but EA still eliminated by TE.
Yeah, just the gunshots coming in the end, the headshot coming through from 777 that actually picked it up there. So now TE takes control over the southwestern side of the circle. The next phase of the circle though takes a high ground away from Thailand, takes the cliffside sort of away from NGE, although they still have a ditch they can use to head off any battles, but still Xsset is going to try his very best to lay down fire over on top of the smoke that they've already put down there to try to block both Jacob as well as Duckmans. So Myth at the moment Dogman still has relative control over the situation here, but that is going to quickly shrink down once the blue zone closes in onto Xsset's position.
I'm really liking how Xsset is just shifting positions, trying to find a different angle. This will make his position unknown to the enemy. But at the same time, he's on the outside of the circle. So, but I believe that he will have access to get into the circle because he has two of his other teammates within it. In fact, in the middle of the circle, as long as they can defend that area.
Yeah, I didn't see how many grenades he had, but the problem was that NG's position was way too far for him to throw frag grenades down, and that will be crucial because at least he could have provided some sort of flanking position for Myth in that fight against NGE. But then now Darkmans and Jacob are finding themselves a bit pincered here because now that TE is already taken control over the western side, they can continue to try to aim in and then actually find Exquisite as he attempts to come down from the hill. So that's already making it much harder now for Made in Thailand.
Okay, here we go. 40 more seconds before the zone closes entirely, and we will see the final phase of this round. Right now, we can see there are a few members of TBC on the outside, but Tanvu with the long range of the Exclusive and Myth eliminated. Not yet. There's still two more. Yeah, okay. All right, calm down, calm down,
my man. So they're still in the fight somewhat. Dogman still just been picked up by a frag grenade coming in from Fob. So now NGE is starting to collapse. Not say collapse, but Myth is actually collapsing right now because Jacob is the last man standing and he doesn't have any backup. And surrounded from all sides here from both the Expendables as well as New Generation Esports. I think it's going to be a fight between these two full stack squads.
All right, so right now Myth kind of sandwiched between two teams. So it's they're in a position, but Venom shot down by Dalway from the other side of the road.
Yeah, as he is trying to get a flag onto Myth, he's going to get cut down instead. And TE still has control over the other side of the road. And NG is not able to move down from their position even to try to support him because that will put him in the line of fire of Jacob from Myth. So right now, NGE is down 2 people. TE still has 3 people up, and they could easily try to keep control over the south side. But then now we're moving into the final phase, people. 2 minutes until this blue zone will collapse around everyone.
Ooh, and right now NGE as well as Myth, they are kind of distracted with each other. This could be an opportunity for TE to get across. And now Duckman together with Jacob, we can see that they're putting focus onto the high ground because NGE is closer to them. But TE, this is their opportunity. They're starting to create a smoke bridge. Delvin just keeping eye on the two teams and giving the signal to his team, and now they're starting to move onto the other side.
Yeah, they already spended a lot of their smoke grenades now to try to get across the road, but they want to try to assault onto Myth's position here because both Duckman and Jacob are still too juicy of a target right now. But even inside that ditch, they can still potentially pour fire onto anyone who try to get across. Delvin almost catches a stray there while he tries to send a frag grenade down towards NG's side. Myth is still being a factor right now, even though they're trying to dig down and stay close to this ditch here to avoid any damage coming to TE. In fact, just hoping that TE will take the fight against NGE because it will be a perfect opportunity for Duckman to push up shot. And yes, he does get a knockdown to Delwin there. 777 as well, facing some fire as Myth attempts to finish him off. He takes a 2 there. He takes out Fob as well.
Oh, beautifully sprayed by Duckman coming out of the ditch, and that's between Myth as well as NGE for the second chicken dinner for today. Right now it's going to be That Blue against 2 unless That Blue can pick up his teammate, but That Blue seems to be focused on trying to finish this up.
Yeah, Fob is still trying to crawl towards Myth's side, trying to spot their positions there to inform Dat Blue where exactly he is. But unfortunately, Duckman spots him, takes him out with a headshot there. So now Dat Blue is going to be completely alone in his 1v2. Myth still having this little ditch here, this little foxhole practically they can fight against Dat Blue with. Dat Blue has to come over the crest, and that's going to expose his head, his top completely to both Duckman's as well as Jacob. So quite a standoff going on here. The blue zone now creeping in, and a one shot from Duckman's will take it here from Made in Thailand, the second chicken dinner in this competition.
Wow, okay, they're setting the record now for the only team with 2 chicken dinners so far, Made in Thailand. Yesterday they got 1, and now today they got a second one, and looks like a Miramar is theirs.
Wow, I mean, first I thought that with both like Duckman and Jacob, with Jacob getting knocked down when he tried to flank around NGE there was probably going to be the end of Myth, but they still pulled through. They still survived that final circle there and really was just staying as quiet as possible inside the ditch, just allowing NGE as well as the Expendables to take the fight against each other and just capitalize on the movement that the Expendables did. I'm not really sure why they decided to move up to that road, even though they knew that Myth was in that location. But then again, you know, perhaps they felt the temptation was too great for them to take the fight to NGE that they just completely forgot to watch their flank.
Yeah, I guess that as well, because they saw an opportunity to get those kills. And second, I would say that it's because like the road is not somewhere that you want to stay at. It's like you just want to like from one side of the area to the other side. You just want to skip the road. So that's why they kind of try to rush in across, thinking that Myth as well as the other team that they were kind of busy with was fighting with each other. So there was opportunity for the Expendables to just get across at a time, which I think the timing wise it's okay, but it's just that it's a game sense of the other two teams to refocus back onto the Expendables, stopping them from getting across.
Yeah, and the thing was that like that movement that the Expendables tried to do put them pretty much in the line of fire of Biff. Like that little ditch was the only thing that was keeping Myth out of fire from both NGE as well as TE at the same time. But it's just TE trying to move up over the crest that allowed Myth to get the shot onto them. So I think. I think like the team itself in post-analysis will be certainly kicking themselves from deciding to make that move when they should have done is just kind of like hold position and wait for NG to come towards them instead.
Yeah, if only they could replay this. But sometimes it's still of the moment, right? Like you have a small amount of time to make that decision. So the decision was either or. Sometimes it's quite subjective on what it's supposed to, the outcome could have been. But that's the best decision that they made at the point. But this is one of the good decisions that they made. They lobbed a nade, they lobbed a molly just to keep their opponents in check at wherever they were, and they came in from the flank and just finished them off. So that was like at least 3 points in the bag.
And looking at that as well, that might also explain why the Expendables had such a hard time against Biff, because probably they spent a lot of the utilities taking the fight against eArena there, so they probably didn't have any more frags or much less smokes actually to try to use to head off Myth there. Because I think like even just a frag grenade into the position where Jacob and Duckmans was kept up in could have easily eliminated Myth at that point. And
or maybe they didn't have the information. They didn't know that someone was there. So they thought like, okay, it's clear that's how we could go, but hey, surprise, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Don't you all hate like a birthday surprise like that, you know? But then again, that was the end of Miramar second round there. The battle between CS and Attack All Around, that's 1-1 right now, I think. Yeah.
It's 2-1 if you consider yesterday as well.
Oh, you consider
yes,
yeah,
2-1
true.
2-1 to AAA. But I think looking at how it is today, this will continue again tomorrow.
For sure.
Yeah.
Again, like if like AAA continues to favor Picado, I think, and Cerberus as well, then we're going to be seeing hot drops over there every single time. Nevertheless, now it's going to be time for us to see the full scores after our second match of day number 2. Let's see who's taken the most points here. Of course, May and Thailand having 10 placement points. Although interestingly, Expendables actually had more kill points, but just behind simply because they missed out on that chicken dinner.
Yeah, okay, so it's 9 kill points. Again, the Expendables, from the stats, we can see that they are a little bit more focused on kill points, which is nothing wrong with that, but with the 5 placement points that they got in this round, they would have broken the double-digit mark for their placement points finally after a while. But on the other end, QConfirm, again, another underwhelming round for them.
I know, for them, especially given that they were in that final fight in the previous Miramar round, I'm surprised to see that they got bowed out so early here. So other things I can kind of like point out here as well is that NGE, you know, didn't really couldn't actually nail a lot of kills during their time in that final fight there. So that kind of allowed them to lose out in points compared to the Expendables. So that's going to be third place with them. Daytrade Gaming as well. To be fair, they were eliminated quite early on to the final phase there, but then they still managed to net 7 kills, which keeps them ahead of one call here. So it still goes to show that I think like whichever way you prioritize it, points are points, you know, whether it's going to be kill points or placement points here, and especially if you're in that final fight, you want to be able to grab the most points you can. But given how chaotic those 3-way, 4-way fights we sometimes see in this final phase here, you know, it's more, I think, more about which teams can capitalize on other knockdowns performed by other teams.
Okay. The fact that T5 only got 3 points in the previous round, so it should be an opportunity for some teams to try to catch up. But because other teams, they cancel out each other, they still have a 20-point gap. So 20-point gap is pretty much 1 round-ish. So they can still afford to drop another round and still can be at number 1.
Yeah, but I'm just really shocked to see how far down Purple Moon Esports has dropped. I mean, started the day in the second place, is now all the way down in 8 because everyone else is caught up to them. But then again, the points were just like you said, like within 5 points, from second place onwards. So it really just an outperformance here from the Expendables from Main and Thailand here has upgraded them up to the top 3 here. Whereas Purple Moon, conversely, even though they did make some progress, it's not enough progress compared to everyone else. So given how competitive this field is, just making just the additional like 5 or so points that I think Purple Moon has managed to earn over the last 2 maps, not enough to keep them in the top 3.
Yeah, and they're heavily focused on getting the kill points. If we look at this, only 12 placement points, and if we kind of think about it, in page number 1, only 1 call is below them in terms of placement points. So they are still bringing that sort of meta, however they play the game from the last chance qualifiers to the grand finals, whereby kill points are being prioritized. But if you want to be in the top 8, I think that will be okay. But because we're at the stage where teams want to go for the championship, so relying only on kill points wouldn't be enough. So Purple Moon Esports still needs to change something. And now we got like 18 more games to go. There's still ample time for them to change however their strategy was before and try to adapt to get more placement points instead moving forward. Whereas on the other end, on page number 2, surprisingly, QConfirm, who did really, really well during the group stages, now at number 14. And if we put aside the ranking, the total points collected, them versus, say, the second place, the Expendables, is now double.
Yeah, so let's also have a look right now who is in the lead when it comes to kills. Hopefully it's going to be the one for today itself. So yep, Tan Vu actually moves up to first overall. There were the 5 kills in hand. And Myth, this is a Teal Leaders 4 match number 2 itself alone. So Tan Vu was an outstanding performer out from Expendables there, and no doubt because of the amount of engagements that they took, getting into the final phase there, it seems like Tan Vu was the one who earned most of that glory.
Yeah, and we did talk about Belwa getting the most efficient award previously, but this time around it's a little bit different. He's dealing more damage versus the amount of kills, even if compared to his other peers as well. Like, he has the highest damage count, but the amount of kills that he managed to get is pretty much the same like most of these players that we can see on screen now. So Belmont still does show that not only he's able to secure the kills, but he's also able to dish out the damage, allowing his other teammates to get the kills instead. At the end of the day, it's all about the team securing the kills and getting those points on the board.
Yeah, those 4 kills that Duckman managed to do, those were the 4 kills that allowed Myth to take the chicken dinner, if you think about it, really. Because, again, they found themselves in a really bad position when they tried to go for the flanking maneuver against NGE. Somehow, inside that ditch, they still managed to last it out throughout the whole end of the phase there, and they managed to reap all the rewards. So Myth right now, having 2 chickens dinners to the name, should be pretty secure now, but we're going to be taking a break before we see how the rest of the match is going to go on, because Tego is coming up next, but we need a little bit of rest now before we can get to that. It's going to be super exciting, isn't it? So let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be right back after these messages.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on ArkAngel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the ACE32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on ArkAngel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the ACE32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on ArkAngel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We've already just finished 2 matches for today now, so you know what that means. The third map, Tago, is in play once more, and I think it's going to be a bit of a toss-up for the top teams because so far, as we've seen in Miramar, the teams that are good in those rounds, they're not necessarily able to perform as well when it comes to Tago itself. In fact, I want to see out of the top 4 teams from yesterday itself, which was Theerathon 5, who got a chicken dinner. We also had Genius Esports getting second place, and then we also have Global Esports Xsset in third, and ArkAngel Predators in fourth. So I think like this is going to be another like real test for the teams here, isn't it?
Yeah, so far our trend inside of Tago is that it's always very 3 teams, 4 teams taking fights with each other very early on, and I think that's also because of the dimension of the map is smaller than the other maps, and it's still a try and error map for most of these teams because yeah, it's a new map at the end of the day, so you wouldn't know what the teams have up their sleeve.
Yeah, I think it's just like compared to the other maps we played so far in this competition, this one probably has the least amount of information available to the teams here in terms of like what the likely kind of rotations and landing spots are going to be. And in fact, like some teams even had more success on Tego compared to other like maps in particular. Like one team that comes to mind is like QConfirm actually had 2 chicken dinners on Tego itself. So I want to see whether or not they'll be able to boost up their performance on this round, particularly because I think so far the last Miramar 2 rounds have not been great at all for QConfirm here. So I'm hoping that they will be able to pick up the pace somewhat coming into this third map. So nevertheless, we're already starting our flight path now. It's going from east to west here, mostly north biased. It's also going to pass themselves above like the palace as well as Godok village, so that potentially could be another spot for these teams to contest over. Though it seems that one call has decided to jump out quite early on though, whereas everyone else decided to jump off a little bit later on, more towards that middle side. We can already see E36, Global Genius Esports, as well as Myth deciding to. Myth has actually gone down southwards, whereas like the other teams go on northwards here. So quite an even split here, somewhat. Although like vast majority of the teams deciding to go down south, where most of the land is. It seems like.
Yeah, keep your eye on to Wong Chen. So we got 2 teams inside there. I see GE. There's another team overlapping them, so we may see an early contest. So GE sharing the same compound with QConfirm, and like what you mentioned, the stats inside of Tego do favor QConfirm, but that was when they haven't had early fights. But now they're being challenged early by GE, and that was a beautiful shot, by the way.
It was a beautiful shot. It's just unfortunate the grenade didn't actually land in the window. It just fell a little bit short actually and bounced off the wall. So no kill going to be confirmed on the QConfirm that point there. Nevertheless, still very much a hot drop going on for these guys. Hot drop as well somewhat for CES as Haisaki lands on top of where NG is, although the rest of his team are mostly camped around the fishing camp area. So it seems like he's a little bit of an outlier in that regard. But nevertheless, for Genius Esports, they sense an opportunity to get some kill points early on here because this next safe zone lands right on top of them again. So it's just kind of like with Cerberus versus AAA, now it's going to be Genius Esports versus QConfirm.
Well, it's a little bit faster than that fight. So 1 knockdown onto one of the members of QConfirm, and this opportunity for GE to rush in. So far we can see that Cloris has a micro Uzi in hand. He's in one of the buildings where his opponent is at. Leon's waiting on the 2nd floor with a Tommy gun. But then again, Leon's is nowhere close with his teammate. So if he gets knocked down, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I see Cloris as well as Utah trying to round around to try to catch Leon's. And, the blue zone grenade still within the zone there that Leon's is currently camped at. He tried to get up the edge of the building there to avoid the flanking maneuver that GE was trying to do onto him. Now Chloe's going to try to come out the window. He's going to get popped a little bit, and he sees a gun. He sees a gun right through the window there, so he knows he's not very secure. Leon's though, he does have a grenade. He's going to try to toss it inside there. Will not catch him, unfortunately, as he moves out of the way just in time.
But that angle was good. It's just that the movement coming in from the members of GE evaded that. But now another knockdown, a second knockdown to Zabloy. And Zest this time taking him down. This could be an opportunity for GE because they are now really, really close by with the rest of QC.
Yeah, that's the thing. Zabaloy is still down right now as GE already got their teammates back up now. So Clovis and Utah still using the blue zone grenades though, and that's actually catching Prejet a little bit. He's going to be forced to take prone. While in the meantime, on the outside, Leon's Q got taken out by Cloris though with the mini Uzi. So now they really don't have a secure spot over in this building itself. In fact, GDC is going to be exfilling out to try to wrap around the side. Opons finds Zest. It's just around the corner there, and isn't going to be able to get a knockdown, but those warning shots are certainly enough to force him not to move up.
Okay, so now it's confirmed that QConfirm only have 2 players left, at least active for now, but Cloris gunned out by Pat, and now Pat is still on the 2nd floor, but Pat has been counterfired upon by Yuda and been finished off by him. So it's going to be 1 player left for the side of QC.
Oh boy, not good at all for Opons. He's under fire from Surti from up top, and QConfirm gets eliminated. Surti is just pouring whatever lead he still have there. Whoa, that's kind of an anger there. But I guess like they really wanted to put the hurt onto QC in that fight.
I mean, they do have the bragging rights, right? Considering that QConfirm has the best stats inside of Tego. So basically, they took down the best team inside of Tego very, very early on. clean. Genius Esports didn't lose anyone, and everyone got a single frag from that fight. So yeah, bragging rights for them.
So I did mention that flight path split the island from the mainland. It seems like the circle has landed on the island itself. So the teams that went onto the island already are all set up. Everyone else is now going to have to crowd around, and if they don't find an e-pickup, we'll have to proceed on foot or by car over like this. To be fair, there's like 5 different bridges they could potentially try to use. But at least the 2 of them are being held by some squads right now. GE in particular, they had control over Yeoncheon, but they weren't able to stop UV from being able to move up against them because they were still tied up and trying to regroup and resupply themselves after having won that fight against QConfirm. So UV is able to slip past the grass right now and is actually making their way up to the mountainside.
Fluky happened to fly past by NGE, but he should be okay for now. Not spotted out by NGE, but NGE is moving towards where Pubg Esports is at. But no, they're going to stop around another city just right beside them. So I guess this is going to be their next looting spot.
Yeah, that's going to be Goldop Village. They're currently in, and Pubg has actually found E36 as they got into this compound. 2 members are there, which is Starlord and Deva. And now they're moving rapidly onto Starlord's position, forcing him to pull back and send some grenades out to stop their advance. A blue zone grenade is going to be enough to stop them from coming up from southward. So Starlord may be safe, but Deva is now still stuck on the outside there, and Thunders and Fluky are already moving rapidly onto his position while they're still keeping Star-Lord pinned right now. Tanawa's going to flag around the side there, but a frag grenade will still finish off Star-Lord anyway.
And Tanawa will secure that kill onto Star-Lord. But the fight's not over yet though. The rest of E36 is in the compound. Fluky being shot down. Deva being shot down as well. They're trading knocks back to back.
Yeah, they have taken control of the warehouse area, but the big open door is making it a juicy target now for the other members of E36 as they try to wrap around the compound to try to head out Fluky's. But Sylphia also getting caught out as well, even though he managed to get the frag grenade, the Molotov onto Fluky to take him out completely. But then one last shot, they come through the hallway there to take on SK1. Will finish up E36, so they are out in 15th place.
Oh, but now Sapao is moving in, so it looks like they want to be the third party onto Purple Mood Esports, and now they want to get those points in the back. T5, however, is overlooking that fight and looks like they're not interested to take the fight. They're going to leave it onto Unicorn Venom.
Yeah, they decided to try to move up closer to the center of this next circle here, and that will give T5 a perfect position and try to hold them off. Sapao, in the meantime, still under fire from PLM. He's down to 13 health, forcing himself now to get some heals up, while Tanawa tries to keep an eye on the flank there, but the rest of UV moving up as well to try to back up Sapao. So PLM still under pressure. T5 Hasawa is also moving down south as well to try to keep an eye out. Maybe they may try to be a third party in this fight here, but then it's still a long ways out before UV is going to be under pressure.
More like fourth party if T5 chooses to go in, but now Thunders holding on to it, almost getting onto Sapao, and finally Sapao being taken out by Tanawa with the molly. Thunders being counterfired upon, taken out by Hasawa from T5 up on the northern side.
That's right, he is trying to be an interloper in this fight right now. So as I said, it's still a third party strat that Theerathon 5 is finding themselves into, and again, they have control over the northern side anyway, so they're just using this opportunity right now to put some suppression onto both these squads here. UV still under massive pressure here. I think Sapao has just been taken out, so Borbo is now coming around the corner with a shotgun, finds Andy Kane, knocks him down with a headshot and finishes him off as well together with his teammate Smell.
Barbods getting 2 back-to-back. Purple Mood Esports defending their ground against UV. Being overlooked that by T5. Unicorn Venom now on the second floor. If they jump down, they'll be able to secure another kill. But it still does hit.
Blue zone grenade comes in there. Still, he should be able to finish off Thunders, but then he's still not secure yet because 2 members of PLM are still out to hunt for his hit right now. Tanawa is up against the door here. He sees Sylphie up in the courtyard. Borbos does have a shotgun, but then it looks like he's going to give them the slip though, coming around the other side there. So Sylphie still secure right now, but then unfortunately, Pumbu is already taking control of the second floor here. Sylphie just has to hang on the rooftop side. Just wait for them to come up.
You gotta be careful of the rooftop. T5 is looking and big down. He managed to get a knockdown, but not able to secure the kill. And it is still. Wait a second, it's Hatsawa taking one of the members of Purple Mood Esports.
Oh my goodness, yeah, he did.
2 teams back to back eliminated.
The third party strat worked out well here for T5. Now Daytrade is also moving in towards T5's position, so they are using an E-pickup really to try to get themselves to the northern coast of this building here. But you also have CERBERUS Esports, no doubt having heard of gunfire, is also moving close to T5's position too. So they're not exactly secure because they only have a tiny little compound to work out of. Belmov has already jumped out, Pritcheris as well, and they will be under fire from T5 here. So that's forcing them now to go further up north there to hopefully find that little compound just off of the road there. But T5, wow, really capitalized heavily out of that engagement between PLM as well as E36.
Yeah, despite only one kill, but hey, they didn't lose anything. So it's a worthwhile attempt from them. And now we'll see the next phase of Circle. Phase 2 will show itself. It's very likely that, well, it's now 100% pretty much on the northern island, but it does pull down a little bit, and T5 is in the circle.
Yeah, and still we were able to head off Daytrade, who decided to jump much further up north there. So they're still finding themselves on the border, the circle here. So is Myth as well, though they are in a little bit of a confrontation with one call at the same time and around the army base area. Global Esports Exit right now putting some fire to NGE, who is just only entered the Gold Dot Village here. But it seems like Gex will be able to hold control over the main road just out of the western on the eastern side. But NGA will still have most of the village to use for themselves unless they encounter the two members of Cerberus who have already taken position on the western side of Gold Dot conversely.
I just want to point out that we just entered phase 2 and we got 4 teams already eliminated.
That's very fast.
Yeah, this round is really, really fast. But that might also mean that the middle stages of this round might be a little bit slower because there are now lesser teams, lesser players, so that's kind of like a trade-off unless all teams just go amok right now, just like what EA might want to try to do against TE.
They're mostly trying to regroup around the safe zone there. They got pushed out of their original position by AAA, who seemed to come around from the Palace side and actually took over the complex that EA is on right now. And they managed to also, EA got in a confrontation with the Expendables. That was Delwyn and Tan Vu, who were trying to prevent them from overcoming the flank there, but seem to have failed in that regard. So now they're regrouping around the complex just to the south of this circle here, and that's allowing EA a bit of reprieve now to regroup for potentially what would be the next fight between themselves and the Expendables. Unless AAA decides to move up from Palace as well, that potentially could be something to distract the Expendables with. So EA might be using this opportunity now to actually get themselves closer to Gold Dot Village.
Oh, yes, this could be... it is a good opportunity to get inside of Gold Dot City as well, since there are not many teams inside of it, and it's a big city, so there's a lot of room to play, a lot of houses that they can pick as their checkpoint. So far, we can see from our map is that there's only pretty much like one team, and other teams on the outside, so it's still pretty vacant inside Gold Dot.
Yeah, Myth and One Call has moved away from the army base, and Myth is now in a collision course with Daytrade here, and the AAA is still taking the fight. Now they're taking the fight directly to the Expendables as they move up from the north, and ArkAngel Predator as well found EA, so they're keeping them tied up on the western side, so I think AAA will have an opportunity now to collapse onto the Expendables position.
Okay, the Expendables so far in a good position. Just look at the spread. They are getting as much perimeter as possible within their area. They're in the circle as well. They have high ground, they have a compound, so they have good options. They even have time to send one player out to scout. But at the same time, looking at the elimination feed, none from ArkAngel Predator being taken down by ZZ somewhere else.
Yeah, they're just on the other side of this battle is going on between TE as well as AAA here. So that's EA right now inside trying to get his vehicle to link up together with KM as well as Lyrics, who are currently set up on the higher ground here. Now that they've got a knockdown on Nan, that's putting a bit more pressure onto ArkAngel Predator here to try to solve this situation here, especially with the blue zone already engulfing Evil Patrick at the moment. So now they managed to get a revive back up on AAP. There's still Evil Patrick still on the outside pouring fire onto Zixie's position, forcing him now to dig in onto the grass here. This next circle though still close by to where EA is, so they can still potentially keep the fight going onto ArkAngel Predator, and they win that. That should give them a clear path now to the next safe zone.
Oh, the northern side will be really interesting. Daytrade Gaming, we got Myth there on the north side. One Call might be taking a different route, so they won't bump into each other, but the fight between Daytrade Gaming and Myth will happen.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Daytrade is also trying to move down towards the next safe zone, but Myth is taking up a bit of a high ground here. Rogue Nan actually got himself set up on the hill here and is trying to keep the pressure on the Puchias. But I don't know whether he'll be able to get up closer though. There's not a lot of cover around. There's only the vegetation to kind of cover their movements, but the rest of Daytrade is already going onto the main road here, picking up their vehicles and moving further down south to try to head off Made in Thailand. So Made in Thailand conversely taking the flank on the other side. They're trying to surround Daytrade. The only problem here I could foresee is that T5 is set up on the north side of the circle, exactly the border, the safe zone that both Myth and Daytrade needs to get to. So if anything, Myth is probably has to go a little bit more to the west here as they try to wrap around. eArena in the meantime under fire right now as they try to maneuver out of the way of the Expendables, but Expendables having control of the compound there can easily pour some fire into them.
Yeah, taking a little bit of an elevation, sort of a checkpoint, and right in front of them are like multiple care packages, so it can be kind of used as a barricade as well if they choose to do so. But the Expendables will be looking at them from a flank angle. Same goes for 777. So they have a good spread right there, having taken care of the perimeter around that area.
Myth and One Call now in the collision course on the northeastern side of the circle here, though Myth has already beaten them to the punch pretty much to get deeper into that safe zone here, whereas One Call is still holed up in this complex, and Jexy is holding at the moment, trying to get a knockdown to Myth, but it seems like they're able to give him the slip, so with that done already, they should be able to get by without taking too much damage, actually. Haisaki as well as the CES is also taking up, pick up an E-pickup for themselves, trying to get themselves to center of map where Gex is currently set up in. This could be a hot drop for them.
Okay, just looking at where are they going to drop exactly? They're still traveling on the E-pickup and they're going somewhere on the right, but it looks like they'll drop somewhere clear, so it's A-okay for them.
Yeah, Myth as well moved up to the eastern side there, so they will keep Genius Esports under fire, while CS actually has to move further down southwards. Thankfully, looking like a turkey shoot if they decide to drop onto the open field there anyway, but that's going to put them within firing range of Attack All Around, who is currently set up on the south side of the circle and already spots CES's position, trying to head them off. So now they're just pouring whatever fire they had here, unfortunately taking a lot of damage on their own there, because they don't exactly have a lot of cover even though they have the high ground.
Okay, let's see, will the high ground be good still? And we have one team right smack in the middle of the circle, and that's going to be GX with a compound. This is the perfect scenario for GX.
Yeah, indeed. That's going to give them plenty of control around the main road as well as the center of this circle here. But you also still have GE having control over the fields, the paddy fields on the eastern side. That's where One Call is starting to move up towards Myth as well. It's moving down from the south side, so could potentially pincer off GE from being able to move further inwards of the safe zone here. EA in the meantime still under fire here. CERBERUS Esports as well, still in contact with AAA right now, still struggling to try to keep them from making maneuvers against them. And right now the flanks is very much wide open for AAA to try to take this fight against CES.
Okay, 777 knows that someone's just right in front of him. Still the outside of the circle is EA. 777 playing this very patiently, waiting for the right moment to move. Duck Hughes on the other side will be observing the movement from Daytrade Gaming. He sees them, but will he take the shot? But speaking about taking shots, looks like NGE is kind of busy taking shots with ArkAngel Predator.
Yeah, they're just collapsing onto their compound right now. The knockdown already on the Alec here, so things are not looking good for ArkAngel Predators here, because 2 knockdowns already and an elimination done by Fop there, as NGE continues to keep ArkAngel Predators corralled. Daytrade as well, caught around the outside at the same time, so the fights are still breaking out all over the circle here. But now, with NGE's That Blue under pressure here, trying to prevent ArkAngel Predator from getting a flank around him, sets out a blue grenade. Oh, he's up on the staircase there. Only got the 1 knockdown, but unfortunately now was able to clean up house there and takes out NGE.
Nice staircase rush in there, but we can see that none managed to get a kill of his own. ArkAngel Predator looks like they're defending their ground well, while on the other side of EA, they'll be busy with TE coming onto them.
Oh, nice shot there from Rossetet, actually, because NGE actually had 2 members to go up towards gold out there. That's been headed out by T5. The eArena, in the meantime, has been able to keep the Expendables away from those supply drops that just landed between them. So now they're trying to head them off before getting to this next safe zone here. So that's another fight breaking out on the western side. In the meantime, Area 310 has been quiet. ArkAngel Predator has been trying their very best to stay alive there and seems to be able to keep NGE off their backs for now. But with EA still keeping the Expendables gate kept here, even though TE has the high ground here, the Expendables has nowhere to kind of like move into this next area without getting fired upon by eArena.
And it's nice to see how eArena, they were on the outside of the circle. They overtook TE to get into the circle first, and now they'll be playing the gatekeeping role. But TE is not going to go down without a fight. They're trying to take the fight against EA, but EA, they have a good spread. 777 almost gunned down.
Yeah, has to send out a frag grenade. He still has 2 in his pack, but so does Lyrics as well. He's sending it directly towards the Expendables area there. Now, KM99 is still knocked down, so they're going to try to set up a smoke grenade in order to pick him up there. Lyrics is, while TE is just huddled up in this position here, still under fire from Gex as well, who can certainly see them within the sideline of the compound onto this battle between EA as well as the Expendables. So still sending whatever frag grenades again towards KM side to be able to finish him up there. Lyrics not able to get a revive.
I mean, we're talking about TE. They're one of the teams that has the highest frags around. So right now, being counter-fire upon by eArena, the nade being tossed out by Inside. Will it land onto their opponent? The nade might finish off 777, still survive, but no, not for long as Larix will finish him off.
And while the commotion is happening, AAA as well is moving down to secure the border side, and that might cut off EA here, even if they win this fight against the Expendables, who are out in 9th place. So they're still under fire and under pressure here. Inside, unfortunately, is going to have to be left behind a little bit there, while Larix is still trying to get his heels up. But those are the too many members now. Only one left because Inside has just been swallowed up by the blue zone.
Oh, after winning that fight, their next challenge is going to be AAA waiting for them within the circle, gatekeeping them from the outside. And now we can see that the circle does move a little bit to the right, but who's still in the circle? It's going to be GEX.
Yep, they haven't moved from the compound at all. You see Myth as well as Genius Esports currently fighting across the road here. And no knockdowns quite yet, although there's not a lot of cover between them, and they're still under fire from one call as well as GX at the same time. And GX finds Lyrics on the outside of the blue zone and will take him out, taking the eArena out in 8th place. Now, Genius Esports still very much grouped around here. Surti is going to pick up a vehicle to try to get a flank around, but again, they're still under risk of fire coming from behind, coming from the western side from GEX. So it's not exactly the best place to take a fight here, I feel.
Yeah, it is not. It is not, but I don't think they have much of a choice right now. The team seems to be gatekeeping them. Let's see what other options they can find for themselves. But for GX, they'll be happy with the compound. They don't really need to move. But the trade-off is that because they're in the compound, they don't really need to move. That means that their opportunity of getting kills are a little bit lesser than the other teams.
Again, it's the only compound I can see here that is inside this circle. So really, GX has scored themselves a perfect position here to control this circle. While in the meantime, Myth is trying to pull back away from Genius Esports. The problem is that attack all around is still hold up behind them. So no matter how far they push back, they will still come under fire from the other from attack all around from the south side either way. So they still have to figure out which fight they want to take instead. Do they want to continue fighting against GE here, or perhaps try the chances with AAA, who still is on the border, on the edge of the circle, though now the blue zone is already closed in around them here. So that's going to further limit whatever options. And oh boy, that circle is still landing far northwards of Myth. Still means that they are in the most insecure position out of most of the teams here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And plus, the circle is majority on the upper side across the road. But for GX, they do have a checkpoint if they were to cross the road early. And just across of them is like a small shack that they can park themselves there. I wonder when they'll make that move, or do they want to still stay at that shack and try to secure kills from the long range?
I don't know. Either way, it doesn't look good. And NGE getting caught out on the outside as Pantopong finds his mark there onto Hakai, getting the knockdown there, forcing Van Eung to try to get the revive there. And they're still in no man's land practically, and again, they have to watch their angles because they don't want to expose themselves to GX, who's literally right next door to where that piece of cover is. Now, grenades coming out to attack all around as Myth now tries to collapse onto them and tries to get a knockdown. Ooh. Does get the knockdown on 2 members of AAA. Now, Equiluzia is trying to get some return fire on Ekrosit. Will not get the shot though as Ekrosit finds him with the SLR.
Well, at least a decent finish for a team who just got a chicken dinner this time around at number 7. And right now we can put focus onto Myth because they need to get into the circle. MGE is just behind GEX.
They are, really. So, but the thing is that they only have that single rock for cover. They can't quite maneuver out there unless they risk fire from GX, which Van finds out the hard way, though, as he gets knocked down. Oh boy, this is looking bad for NGE as he will get removed, and Hakai will be the last one standing for NGE.
Ragnar gets taken out by Xavier from GX. Now they're starting to rake in those kill points. There's still more for them to take in. They just need to find a good angle against Hakai. Hakai is still holding it on. Is Hakai going to go in for the option of denying inside to the blue, or will he try to take this fight? Right now, we can see that Hakai does not have a vehicle. Clear shot for Leo onto Hakai. Hakai damage enough, and the zone will take him out.
Oh, at least not conceding that kill point is like crucial here, I think. But Gex misses out of that so far. In the meantime, Myth now moved up from the south side here. They're operating in the collision course again with Genius Esports. Again, they weren't able to push them off first. Now they're going to have to go for round 2 here, and it's going to be across the road. Gex is still having the compound in play. The one tiny bit of corner is still within its next safe zone, so Gex can still afford to use that as a base of fire here to control the other 4 teams.
Ooh, and we got airdrops across the road from the side of GEX, so GEX can use that as cover as well, and it's like a whole line of air supplies that they can use to cover themselves from the high ground.
I mean, T5 as well might be in a position to try to contest them for those care packages. The thing is that One Call still has a good spot of, to pour some fire onto them. In fact, that's why Tanadol right now is stuck in one little shack just out in no man's land there, while the rest of his team is still stuck on the edges of the circle. Roguenan is still attempting to try to peek over the road there to try to spot positions from Genius Esports, but he's still not able to get a lead onto them. In fact, he's also watching out on the distance there because I think he might spot some members of T5 in the hills just way off of the distance there. So they can't exactly find a good approach to get to this next safe zone here, which actually moved even further away from them.
Well, what didn't move further away from T5? It's a circle. They seem to have an easy entry into it. So looking good so far for T5, but can't say the same for the rest on the right side of the circle. At this point, we got 3 teams there. We got Myth, we got GE, as well as One Call. Looks like they'll try to cancel on each other in their pursuit of getting into the circle.
This thing, like Myth right now is stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally here, because either they want to try to take a fight against Genius Esports, who are dug in very nicely across the road, or they want to try to take the fight to Gex, who is dug in very nicely in their compound. So either way, neither side of the fight there looks good for Myth. They're just going to have to take the chances with one of these guys and really hope for the best. In the meantime, T5 has already moved down to try to take control over this next safe zone early on, whereas Gex is still holed up inside the compound, not wanting to let Myth go without a fight here, but that's putting them at risk of right now losing the care packages to T5.
Yeah, T5 now has a better position, so whoever who moves in towards the care packages can be shot down by T5, but T5 will be putting a little bit more focus onto One Call, because One Call seems to be interested to take the T5 route into the circle.
In fact, I think One Call has also realized they lost initiative here in this next circle because they haven't moved out of their field since early on in this phase. So now they're only starting to get themselves to the border there, while Myth is having the blue zone crush up against their backs here, and that's going to force them into a move now into Genius Esports. Exclusive going to get knocked out. Ducksman's going to get rolled around here. GE just cropping up the kills one after another. Myth, I think, is going to be down to 3 people here. Glorious is going to get knocked out. Utah is just still trying to hold their own, but unfortunately, Genius Esports will handle them quite handily.
And because of the commotion now, One Call has moved into the circle, but there's still Zest for them to take out. Zest is still alive somehow. He's trying to pick up his teammate, but Zest finally named it down by Chimoy. Surti, the last man of GE, to be taken out by Duckmans, and that is it. GE, only one left.
Yeah, only one left, and he's just hanging off for dear life. One Call is sent Chippy to try to take control of the center there, but he's in the middle of a firefight that's going on between Gex as well as T5 as they exchange shots against each other, trying to get the throwables out as well. Smoke grenades littering all over this open field here, while the other side there, the pit that GE is holed up in, is becoming a pit of death right now, with Leo taking the last shot there, and GX getting the kill onto GE, eliminating them in 4th place.
Now we got T5, One Call, as well as GEX in the final few moments of this game as Yuri takes a shot onto the members of T5, but couldn't get a knockdown just yet.
Oh, that was close there. The frag grenade almost landing onto Yuri's side. Now he's still keeping an eye on T5, while the whole time One Call as well, having mopped up the fight against GE and now having control somewhat over the the eastern side. Rossetet has just been knocked down by Leo though, so Gex is now looking to try to secure this position away from T5. They're also going to knock down a Pantapong here. Tanadol still trying to hold his own here within the cover of smoke. Yuri over the spray, takes a lot of damage though, but still gets a knockdown into Hasawat.
Oh, T5, now they're breaking apart. Looks like there's a last team member of T5, Tanadol, but he's on the outside of the circle, and with his teammates currently out, Tanadol doesn't have eyes of what's happening in front of him.
Simoy still had a foldable shield in his pack, so he's now going to be using it here to head off Tanadol. But the whole time, GX moving up on himself as they finish off Hatsawat. Now they're putting fire into one called Jexy is already knocked down. Trick is trying to recover the position, but unfortunately, Jexy has just been deleted by Leo, so now they're under further pressure here. Tanadol has been taken out by the Blue Zone, so now it's just one call versus GX.
Well, GX has a full squad, so they have a good advantage of securing the chicken dinner. Yuri right now will be moving in and trying to find the final target. It's going to be Trick behind the stone. They know exactly where he is. They're coming in from multiple angles. They're going to finish this up. The Nathan toss-out will not connect. Upchen will shoot. Upchen almost getting it, and that's going to be winner chicken dinner for Global Esports Xsset.
Woo! The team from Taiwan finally getting their day in the sun. Well done here. You can see they're so elated to have them pull that off there because, again, they were in the best position taking control of that compound early on to win out this final phase here. And it was just a stroke of luck, I think, that the next subsequent circles still kept that compound in play, allowing them for the longest time to keep up to 4 teams under their thumb the whole time during that fight. So it's really like... fortunate for them that like Myth got themselves taken out by Genius Esports. Otherwise, I think it would be in a longer fight for them to actually get this win.
Well, what a round it has been for Tego. I mean, from the start till the end, it's just back-to-back action. In the great words of Gladiator, are you not entertained? This is why I'm loving this map.
I know, there's just endless entertainment every time it comes down to Tego here, but I think the nature of the map being a lot more compact as well, to your point, is what's allowing a lot more of these encounters to happen even early on. But then again, I think Purple Mood had like a really tough time during this fight here because, you know, they were under a siege from 2 teams at once here. You got T5 up in the north side, constantly keeping both UV and PLM under pressure here. This was a good showing here for Borbots to just eliminate 2 off the bat. And still, he almost had to drop there. If only he got the shots on the Watt there, which just got stolen away by T5. This was another staircase top fight here. This time it was that Blue who was holding on for his team, which was New Generation Esports. And look at that, showing everything but a kitchen sink there to finish off KM99. And this, I think, was the beginning of the end here for eArena.
Yeah, and towards the end, we saw that T5. Actually, T5 kind of got a easier entry into the zone because they were pretty much unchallenged. Most of the teams came from the southern side, so that's why we see on the southern side it's really colorful there. T5 just waited to the final few moments, at most taking long range shots until they got involved with more fights.
Yeah, and this was where Made in Thailand was really forced to push in onto GE, and unfortunately got themselves caught out in a very messy like gunfight here in the middle of this ditch, and Global Esports Xsset just basically had to wait until the survivors popped up and just basically cleaned house after that. Then they really had the biggest threat for them was really T5, but they handled it so well. Getting the 2 knockdowns from the get-go pretty much meant that T5 was not able to hold the position too well. So once one call was the last team left standing against them, you know, GX still had the full stack at that point, so they had the man advantage, they had the positional advantage even towards the end there, and I guess like the rest of it pretty much wrote itself.
Yeah, I kind of thought at the when we were at the top 3, like T5 would have gotten the chicken dinner just because of how they positioned themselves, but if I kind of think about it again, they were sandwiched by 2 teams, shooting them at the same time, so that just happened. But this is the thing about like if there are like 3 teams with a full squad like earlier on, it really depends on, number 1, who makes the first move, number 2, who's shooting at who, and the third person who is who's not being shot at, they will have a bigger advantage. And T5 happened to be in the position where 2 teams were shooting at them at the same time.
I think there's a common kind of theme amongst like a lot of battle royale games is that the third party advantage is always like strong, you know, so it's always more advantageous for you to not be the first one to start the fight, you know. It's really you want to be able to come in to clean up afterwards, you know. And one call very much were able to do that against Genius Esports. Like they let Myth and GE just fight it off against each other, and by the time they were done, you know, the GE had two people still knocked down, still under revive at a point, and that's when one call capitalized on that, just moved in quickly. So I think it's a bit of like yeah, you sell the third party advantage, but I think you still need to nail down the timing in which you're going to be taking this fight anyway. So it's never quite definite, but still, it's like you especially in these final phase fights, you don't want to be the first one to land the first shot.
Yes, you don't want to be the first one to land first shot. That would expose yourself, and that will put you at a bigger risk as well. But that was round number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out the scores from Tego, one of our favorite maps for now. And I think some of the teams would have a big kill count. But okay, no double digit at all for all these teams.
Yeah, in fact, the only team that got the most kills was Gex, and the reason why was largely because they were in that compound, just firing upon all the other teams. They were just crowding around the circle there. Great to see that Genius Esports were able to capitalize a lot out of that fight between themselves and Made in Thailand. They're still both having the same amount of kills, 7 for 7, but again, GE having won that fight is able to get 1 extra point out of that due to placements. One call, surprisingly, not a lot of kills in their hands though, so the effort is only good enough for P3 right now in match number 3. Theerathon 5 still getting themselves up there, still somehow consistently in the top 5. Somehow, this team, they did drop like one round there. It was on Miramar, but it seems like they're back on track here coming to Tego.
Oh yeah, I just want to point out as well that GEX is also the second team to get 2 chicken dinners in the grand finals. So good job for them. Other than that, QConfirm, unfortunately, despite them having the best stats in Tego, this is an unfortunate situation where when they drop, they happen to fight with another team and they lost that fight.
Yeah, and the thing is like losing those fights means that you're losing out on a lot of placement points here because so far a few in between. Even though Purple Mood Esports got 8 kills, 0 placement points for them, but it's still good enough for 6th place though, which is a bit of reprieve. But nevertheless, I think the top 8 position is very much under threat from all these like outstanding performances that are happening with the Vietnamese team in the form of Genius. Global Esport Xsset certainly is going to have like a huge movement in the overall leaderboard thanks to this chicken dinner they mentioned nailed down here. I want to see how the other teams shape up here as we get to the final scores, because I think Theerathon 5's lead might still be there, but definitely under threat. Not really under threat at all. They're still like at least 13 points clear.
Yeah, 13 points clear, pretty okay. It's about around, maybe slightly less than that. But anyway, it doesn't matter as long as they're still at number 1. But we still got a lot more games to go. We're still counting on the games, but still, Theerathon 5, who is going to kick them out at number 1 spot? I think if they go out like early, like 0 points next round, then they might lose that number 1. Depends on who gets the chicken dinner.
Well, it looks good that like Daytrade Gaming is still making some progress throughout these 3 matches here. Now, granted, not as much as they will certainly hoped, but then again, they haven't really been in contention for the chicken dinner yet so far today. But nevertheless, are still keeping themselves ahead of Genius Esports, ahead of eArena, who is still on the 2nd page right now of the competition here. Purple Mood Esports at least is still hanging in there somewhat. They're still very much lacking in those placement points though, so that's something they will have to watch out for as we get to Erangel. Hopefully they'll be able to pick up the pace from there. But as far as you can see, it seems like everyone else is just kind of tripping over each other in order to get themselves closer to Theerathon 5, and the whole time Theerathon is just only beginning like a handful of kills and a handful of points each round, and yet still are on top of the board just off of like the day 1 performance they managed to get.
Yeah, because everyone's just cancelling each other.
No, yeah.
T5 will be happy with that. You guys go have your fun. We'll be happy up there. Just don't take away our number 1 spot. But looking at the overall as well, so far for E36, unfortunately that they are still at only 1 placement point as of now. I mean, they really need to work out on how to survive longer, despite them still getting in the kill points. But because of that, they are now at number 16.
Yeah, I think like especially if we look back at their performances during the last chance qualifier as well as group stage, they consistently have this problem of taking fights against other teams. It seems like either they get the jump early on and are able to overcome whatever team is trying to gank, or more than likely, especially we've seen over the matches they've done, is that they get ganked a lot by other teams there who are a lot more proactive and a lot more aggressive compared to them. So I think that's part of the problem for them. The thing is that at least they're able to trade those fights, so that's why they're still able to get 15 kill points by the end of the day. But still kind of lacking, I think, in the overall, like as far as the complete packages goes. I think E36 still has a lot of room for improvement.
Okay, but speaking about improvement, Previously, we haven't seen some of these teams, and now we see them up on the board. We got Tanawat there, we got Leo. I believe we have seen Chloris before. I believe this is the first time we see maybe Exocrit, or we have seen him before, but we definitely have seen Darkmans before yesterday. So they are currently on the board for our kill leaders, with Tanawat at the forefront with 5 kills, and Chloris is the one that dished out the most damage, 600 plus damage, but only 3 kills.
Yeah, surprising that like Purple Boot, even though they're absolutely good at like taking kills and taking fights, it's just that it seems like the finish is not quite there for them. I think again, it's hard for me to kind of like say exactly what is causing Purple Mood's underperformance here, but certainly when you can't really fault them for like their kill potential, it's always been there, even from the group stage itself. That's how they managed to make it to this stage here by virtue of having way more kill points compared to a lot of other teams. But I think they still struggle somewhat to survive through those, especially like the mid phase of all these games now are just like this total like it's total dogfight chaos, you know, out there. It can be a bit of a coin toss to decide whether or not you'll be able to make it through the next phase or not, depending on how you take those kills. It seems like Purple Moon at least is still able to trade very effectively. It's just that they aren't able to survive long enough for it to really make the difference.
Well, we're getting a good look now on our boys from Global Esports Xsset, and they just got the chicken dinner with 9 kills, 1,689 total damage dished out, and Global Esports Xsset. Okay, overall, we can say that Thailand has been quite dominant in terms of getting the chicken dinners right now. They have surpassed the Vietnamese, but Global Esports Xsset, they're kind of like quietly climbing up now on second place with 2 chicken dinners on the board for themselves. I think if any team were to spring a surprise, it could be Global Esports Xsset.
It's quite surprising that like on the rounds, at least from yesterday's matches, right, the rounds that they did well, they will be in the top 3. But then like the rounds they don't do well, they drop out in 14th place, 15th place, 16th place. I think that inconsistency is why I think GX has not been in the conversation so much for the top 8, at least for yesterday. But then today they've really stepped up the game. I mean, got a chicken dinner from the in the last game of yesterday itself. Today now they're consistently in the top 8 now, and then having taken a chicken dinner here in Tago, I think the chances are quite good for this Taiwanese squad here.
Okay, I'm going to put out a question here, right, for debate. Would you rather be a team that is consistent, or would you rather be a team that either you have a poor performance in a single round, and then the next round when you recover all the way? Which one would you rather be?
I don't know. Like again, I think it's like if you're in the either or camp, it's like if you're able to trade rounds, you know, like one round you do chicken dinner, next round you wash out, then the next round after that you get chicken dinner again. If you're consistent in that regard, then maybe yes. But I would say I think I would rather be in a consistent team anyway, because you know in the long run, that consistency is what keeps you up on top. So and if you're that consistent anyway, where you can some always finish in the top 8. If one of those rounds you get lucky enough to get chicken dinner, that's immediately going to put you like higher up compared to everyone else. So yeah, I would still rather be in the consistent team rather than the consistently inconsistent one.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. I think being consistent as well, it keeps you in a good mood. Like the morale of your team is still maintained, rather than you have to go through up and down kind of emotions with your teams. Like, oh, we went out early and we feel bad, we sulk at some point. And the other one is like, yay, we go up. So it's like, it's very tiring to be in that sort of emotional roller coaster.
And that's the thing. I think the fatigue will set in very much earlier for teams that are that inconsistent anyway, because you know when you get the multiple highs and multiple lows, you know it's very stressful in that situation, because like you know that if you're out, you're going to be losing out massively. Whereas when you win, you only win for that round, but then what about the next? So. Again, like I'd rather be a team that's able to stay in a consistent position throughout, because that way you have like a good baseline, to work with for the rest of the tournament. Because like this is what your like average capability is, like very clearly laid out for you. Whereas like if you're inconsistent all over the place, how can you what can you learn from those kind of fights? You probably learn that I got lucky in this one, that's why we managed to get to the final phase, or I got unlucky in that one, therefore we dropped out in 16th place. I don't think that's a really good way to build like a strong team. It's not a strong foundation, for a good professional team.
Okay, that's a very good point there for debate. But we're going to check out this next debate. So this is going to be we're switching the map onto ArkAngel, so we're going to play the next two maps inside ArkAngel now. The next debate inside here, or the next observation, is that we're going to check out what's going to happen inside of Pubg, because yesterday we saw AAA for 2 rounds. They're a team that likes to play in the middle, irregardless of any other team. So it was AAA and TE duking out each other. Looking at the drop, I think we're going to see the same trend again.
I mean, you just said it, like TE and AAA right now going for a beeline towards Pubg. Another hot drop happening between eArena as well as what was the other team there? GEX. So it seems like the chicken dinner winners are not exactly going to be able to sit on the throne quite easily, though. Now they're going to have to get hit the ground running and start fighting straight away.
Yeah, literally hitting the ground running right now, running to get guns as they try to fend off EA. So yesterday's result between these two teams, it was a draw. Basically, these two teams, they disengaged at some point, and yeah, so we don't really have a result at the end of the day. But for TE and AAA, it was TE winning against AAA yesterday, but this time around, it seems to be AAA having the upper hand against TE.
Yeah, actually, Jacko got the first elimination done into 777 there, so that's already first blood being meted out by AAA, although they still had one of the members knocked down right now, Equilucia maybe? Or is it one of their members at least is still on the ground, but now getting revived here while TE is still keeping the pressure going onto them side. Equilucia right now having to spot across the street here. Now he's going to go for the revive onto DAY. In the meantime, TE not really moving up that aggressively either, because they still need to watch out for the rooftops. In the meantime, still the fight is going on between eArena as well as GEX. It seems like Xsset is able to get himself up the building here, waiting to try to get an approach. Oh, he's going to try to take onto the rooftop here. That could be a smart choice here.
All right, try to get them as much information as possible, because they might not know exactly where GEX is at. But seems like GEX, they're being pushed to the corner. If you're pushed to the corner at this stage, meaning that your loot percentage will be lesser than EA, whereas EA, they're quite spread out around this peripheral town, and now they're moving in as Yuri shoots. Yuri couldn't get a knockdown.
He's still trying to hold his ground though, right over in front of this door here, preventing EA from being able to proceed any further. Another headshot coming true, but no! Yuri gets caught by Xsset there instead, so now GX is down 2. He's still trying to collapse in anyway, as eArena Xsset is still very low and could still be in danger of being caught out. Larry's is going to be getting onto the ground now. Xavier is still on the outside, actually far away from his two teammates inside the compound here, and Upchen as well has been taken up onto the high ground there, hoping to catch off any of EA's members trying to flank. Seems to have worked against them though, now that Yuri has been knocked down.
Yeah, they're trading it off with each other right now. But the advantage, well, no really big advantage just yet, as Upchen goes in for the revive onto Leo. At the same time, we can see both teams starting to disengage though. EA is falling back, and it doesn't seem that they're interested. I guess it's because the circle is way far on the right side of the map, so that's why they're like, okay, nope, it's not going to be worthwhile here. We don't even have a emergency pickup, so we might as well try to get a vehicle or hopefully find an emergency pickup to get into the circle. Prioritize that instead.
And that might be the same story right now for AAA as well as the Expendables. Though in that case, there is going to be the Expendables right now who are caught out further away from the circle compared to AAA, because AAA still has a lot more members inside Pochinki itself. Upchen is still trying to skirt around the ditch here in order to try to catch any stragglers coming out from the compound eArena currently is holding. Again, Gex still has 3 members, so they don't really necessarily have to take this fight. But then again, being that far away from the circle with Daytrade actually just literally bypassing them right now to head them off into this next circle here, things could go really badly for them if they still continue to be bogged down in this fight.
Well, what we learned from AAA is that they never want to back out of a fight. But right now, AAA, they might potentially lose 2 players. And at the same time, TE is not going to give up without a fight as well. They're trying to take over Pochinki. They want to stamp their name inside Pochinki. AAA will lose Aljin Bots. Patabo actually from T5. That's potentially a long-range shot.
And that's the thing. The Expendables are down to 2 members. They're still taking the fight to AAA right now, as we now right on board with them. They're still trying to get a revive on their teammate there, so it's still not quite out yet for Equilucia. Nevertheless, for attack all around, they can't exactly stay secure here because TE is still on the move around them. Jankowov managed to cut off Delwyn somewhat, but he still has no sight on where Duck Juice is moving to. In fact, he's trying to flank around the other side there, so Jankowov is going to be playing a huge role here unless Delvin is able to keep him suppressed, and that will actually cover the movement that Jakuju is trying to do. Unfortunately now, Janko 2 off, it's already spotted him trying to flank around the other side for Shinky, so now TE is a little bit split up and not really having the manpower necessarily to still continue to take this fight against AAA.
Yeah, the suppression is working out right now, and AAA will be able to reset up to a full squad. For the Expendables, unfortunately, he's only left with Duck Kills as well as Delvin, and Circle's not favoring them. They need to find a way to disengage her.
Yeah, the blue zone still out for another 4 minutes right now, at least for phase 1. And in the meantime, you know, when you look at the other fight that's happening, which is between GX as well as eArena, you got E36 also getting into the mix as well because it came across from Sovnoka Island, and it's actually in a perfect position to cut off both GX as well as eArena should they try to pull away. Now we got 2 members of GX already found vehicles, and they're trying to wrap around outside of the zone of control that E36 is trying to put onto them. So hopefully they will be able to find a way to get out of that quandary here, although Xavier is going to have to cut himself in between the Ender Forces complex here, and might mean risk of knockdown. In fact, he's got out of his car right now. XK1 has him in sights, and he's in fact under fire from Deva from the other side with the SLR. That's going to be a ping that will knock him down.
Oh, that is it, and that's definitely a point in the back there for E36, taking out Xavier. So it looks like GX, unfortunately, just as when he arrived into the circle, he got taken out. So GX now left with only 2 players left. I guess they're still way behind, still inside of Ferrip here. And with that sort of information, it kind of like stops their confidence of getting in the circle at this point.
And interestingly enough, GX, instead of heading straight to the safe zone, decided to go northwards towards Gatka, I guess to try to find some additional loot that they lost out in that fight they had against EA, because that was a very bogged down situation for them. And speaking of getting bogged down, made in Thailand, encountering Cerberus around this edge of around this hillside here, not exactly the best position to take a fight, but it still will have to take it anyway, because I think for Biv at least, this is going to be wrestling for control around the center of the safe zone here. So Duckman's now under fire, will get knocked out by Haisaki up the top here. Rogue Nance is still trying to find a way to flank around, but still not able to get his sights onto the team.
Alright, Duckmans, can he be saved by his teammate? Haisaki being counter-fired upon. Rogue coming in from the flanks, trying to get a good angle there. Haisaki finally got up by Leons from QConfirm, and now QConfirm. Actually, it's a long-range shot, and they could steal it away.
Yeah, in fact, they took out Haisaki completely, so there's no high ground advantage anymore for CES, who decided to take down to the low ground, trying to flank around Mrs. area, but Rogue Man is in position here to take the shot. He was getting knocked out, swept right in center, and now CES has been taken out. QConfirm finished them off from the top side. Now Myth should be able to pull away from this unless he gets bogged down, because Duckmans has just been knocked down by Fluky, just coming from the south side. That's a shot from PLM.
Oh, just as when we thought the fight's over, but no, it's not. Now we have Meet in Thailand onto Daytrade Gaming, but Daytrade Gaming is moving away. But kill confirmed, advantage taken from afar, and no one was there to challenge them.
Yeah, I can see that in the replay right now. There was a movement attempt by CES to try to flank around, but Bro Nance, he was ready. He was having his gun sights ready to get him down. Oh, Archangel Predator trying to get his jump onto Hakai. Didn't quite make it work now, and Hakai can still continue to fire. Takes down Alec as well. Now it's just Nan trying to send some frag grenades to just hold him off here, but it seems like Hakai will be able to lead his teammate off, and AAP is down 2.
Oh, Nan on the other side, but the rest of NGE, they're starting to move into this area where Lipovka, it's called, and now Nan spots one out. He's going to pull the trigger, SKS in hand. He is the last man standing though, so you got to be trigger disciplined in this kind of scenario.
And there's the thing, they're fighting on the coast right now, which doesn't really put them under threat from other teams, except that when they decide to move out of Lipovka, that's going to be UV around the corner there to mop out whatever survivors of this fight is. But who that survivor is, I don't think it's going to be Archangel Predator, not with the movement that we're seeing from NGE right now, closing in onto Nan's position here. He's going to be in for a world of hurt.
Oh, right now, I believe that Nan is just going to play for police on points. He's just going to stay put there. He starts a circle. There's still a chance that he can still get the next piece of the circle, so he's not going to do anything for now.
Not for now, but if NGE forces his hand, perhaps he will be forced to fight. But at the moment, I don't even think they have necessarily a good idea where he's holed up in. In fact, I think I see most of NGE just pulling back there, I think, to just finish off Evil Patrick, who's still knocked down behind there, but definitely far away that Nan is not going to be able to help him in any way, shape, or form. Good news for them, though. The next circle still lands on top of Lipovka, so they don't really have to move that far away as Evil Patrick gets taken out to the lobby.
Oh, but the fight between TE and AAA looks like a disengagement here. TE still left inside of Pachinki. AAA, the entire squad has left and they're going to rotate somewhere on the northern side back into the circle. But GEX, wait a second. Okay, we got... They went from Veripia all the way up to Jogopu just to loot. They're going to tank a lot of blue here. Yes, it's still tankable, but they got to time it well.
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess they're hoping to find an E pickup. That should be the quickest way for them to get to the next safe zone here. But if they don't, that's a lot of ground they still have to cover potentially in the third phase. Because the second phase is going to be done and dusted within 40 seconds now. We got Genius Esports now moving up towards the mansion here, actually catching a bit of stray fire coming from Unicorn Venom, who was set up in this ditch right here down south of the mansion. So they almost had an opportunity there to get knocked down. Doesn't seem to have come to pass though, unfortunately, as Myth right now locked in a bit of battle going on between themselves and QConfirm, who had just entered into the safe zone here, now making a beeline to the prison to try to cut off Myth.
Yeah, good high grounds of prison. This is one of the prime positions, I must say. But on the lower ground, we can see a lot of run and gun here, or more like drive and gun. Daytrade Gaming just driving around Purple Mood Esports.
Yep.
Trying to find a way away. Thunders taken down.
Taken down while he was still trying to regroup with his team, in fact. And Daytrade, unfortunately, was forced in that position because Borbos and Fluky actually fired upon them. So that put them in the collision course directly with Thunder, which is so unfortunate there. But nevertheless, Daytrade will be able to take control over this shack here by the coastline and actually keep them safe and away from the fire that's coming from PLM. Although I do see that Van Ung from across the sea is actually spotting Bopuchils as well as Belmov and is still trying to get some shots onto them.
Oh, Daytrade Gaming, right now they'll be happy with this corner. They managed to shoo away Purple Mood Esports. And now we can see that Unicorn, Venom, they have a good compound for themselves at the lower ground. They're not worried about the high ground for now.
Not really too worried. I mean, again, they're splitting themselves up into two different complexes here. Oh, this is interesting from Daytrade. Just getting onto a swim, but not sure where exactly he's going. He's actually closing up to where Belmov's position is, so he's not exactly trying to use his water, I think, to get a beat. Man, he's just accidentally fallen into there, actually, now that I think about it. But nevertheless, Purple Mood is not really interested in keeping the fight going them. In fact, Myth is actually firing upon them right now, forcing them to rotate out of the way, and that's actually putting them in the collision course as well as two members of Daytrade decide to do the same thing, taking to the main road right now, going to be leading into the path where Tanawat is currently set up in. Fluky is going to have to stop the fight right now because Myth is actually moving onto the position at the same time while Daytrade is continuing to pour fire here. Tanawat is now keeping the fire going onto them, but it's not actually getting the hits that he's looking for.
Yeah, he's trying to give cover fire there, but he does have a good side onto Nurins. Right now, Nurins just putting pressure on the rest of the team members of Purple Mood Esports, and they managed to get into the checkpoint safe and sound. But oh, no, it's not that safe as Belmont has an off angle onto them.
Yeah, in fact, PLM is now under fire as well from NGE, who is still holed up in Lipovka right now, having won their fight against AAP. Nan is still sticking very closely on that rooftop there, so it's not under threat. Oh, look at this circle still lands on top of Lipovka right now, so NGE is still in play. Borbots has now been knocked down, but now we got Tanawat coming in to try to save them, but you got UV moving in for the west side as well. Van pouring fire continuously onto Borbots and Fluky right now to try to secure the kill, but at least the ditch is, at least the shack is making it easy for them to still stay in play.
On the other hand, no emergency pickup for GX. They have to take the driving route on the northern side into the circle. Same goes for TE as well on the southern side. They're taking different routes, but pretty much in a similar situation.
Yeah, still out in the blue zone here. This is now in phase 3, so it's definitely a lot more painful this time around compared to previously. Belmov getting caught completely off guard there by eArena, who moved in from the south side, completely catching him down as the rest of Daytrade already moved up to the main road there. So they thought they had an anchor there. It's not going to be working out there now that Belmov has been taken out. Rodan also getting knocked down as well. Tanawat now keeping an eye out for Daytrade's movement here because they're getting closer and closer to Purple Mood Esports' position here. Nice shot there so far, but then Tanawat not able to get the knockdown.
Almost getting it, but now we can see that Myth will lose extra grade. Same goes for Nan from ArkAngel Predator. He has been taken out, so ArkAngel Predator Number 15 in this round. Long range coming in from Smell. He smells what's happening on the other side, but he can't get a knockdown.
Yeah, T5 moved in from the north side of Lipovka, and they jumped in there together with Myth, who as well trying to keep NGE under pressure here. So Theerathon 5 now under pressure as well, as Ender 476 tries to wrap around the western side of Lipovka, has already got himself set up here, sending some frag grenades into the building there to hopefully cut off E36, but all four of them are here, ready to fight right now. XK1 sends a smoke grenade out, try to force him out of the position, but Rusty Jr. is still a little bit too smart for him there. Oh, you can still almost see the hit there, but unfortunately XK1 is not able to get a beat on him.
Oh, he ducked on the right time. Star-Lord knocked down by Patapon.
Oh, nice.
Coming in, and that is going to be the end for E36. No placement points for them in this round, so their placement points remain as 1.
Yeah, a fight now breaking out on the western side of the circle here as Genius Esports has found one call as well, firing upon them as Triple A actually joins into the Lipovka area here, now under fire from both T5 as well as Myth. That's going to be a lot of fire that J-Dye is going to have to fight through here, but two members of Triple A is still holding up by the coastline here, while J-Dye is trying to find his way towards T5, keeping them flanked on the right-hand side.
Ooh, 4 teams in the same area in the town of Lipovka, and there's a possibility that the circle might move on to Lipovka itself, because right now we can see that there is about 60% of water in this current circle, but in the esports mode we definitely know that water will not be the final circle, so it's very likely that the circle will move towards Lipovka after this. Jedi being shot at, but Jedi managed to retreat himself back onto the building, and he will reset right now. But GEX, when are they going to come into the circle? But the moment when they come in, it's going to be Triple A waiting for them.
That's the thing, Triple A one call as well, ready to receive them. Leo, in fact, is already under fire from Janku 2 off. Fortunate to not get out there, but he's still in the blue zone relatively. So Janku is going to send the frag grenade.
No!
Close! Oh, but the blue zone was the one that actually finished off Leo in that regard, so no kill point for him there. Nevertheless, though, AAA Janku is still going to go in front, confirm the kill, and then get himself back into the safe zone.
Yeah, they definitely want to secure that point, not going to give it away, but looks like still going to be the zone taking Leo out. Oh no, all that effort!
After all that effort, they only just got here and now completely in trouble now. Upchen is still remaining in position there, though he's under siege from one call in the meantime. And I think the team that's in the most insecure position was definitely eArena, although they found themselves an E pickup right now, and they're actually making their way to Lipovka, so that 4-way fight is now coming a 5-way now. This is one very crowded town.
Dude, I'm worried for Upchen right now. The moment he shows himself, one call will be waiting for him.
Yeah, in fact, like, they're already peeking above the hill right now, just waiting for any other team to come into the sites, but they're having their sites very much occupied right now by attack all around. We're still stuck by the coastline. Both Janku Tuop as well as Equilucia have not been able to move up to Lipovka quite yet, so that's putting them under the line of fire here from one call, who is also at the same time trying to prevent Genius Esports from overrunning their position.
Oh, there you go, Rosita from nowhere, from the long range, with a Mini 14. Getting knocked out. Okay, Upchen. I don't think he'll pull the trigger. No, he won't pull the trigger. He's all alone. He'll be facing the entire one call if he does.
And Janku Tuop has just been taken out, so AAA now under even more trouble, even though the Otuscrit has actually found its way around the coastline here to join up on the eastern side of Lipovka, so might be able to keep Jada in the support, but Equilucia is going to have to do it the long way around by swimming his way down towards the town here. Genius Esports in the meantime have not really moved from their position. They were looking like they would want to try to collapse on the one call, but the compound that Trick is holding is making it a good anchor right now for one call to take this fight here. And you also still have the threat of QConfirm still in the center of this circle here. Again, I don't think any team right now has the advantage necessarily. It's really about picking off all these fights on the border of this circle.
Well, TE has the lowest advantage right now because they're on the southern side, but now the long range coming in for Tanawa. Tanawa gets a knockdown to Flash with the Molly. Can he get more out of this? Right now, Purple Moon Esports gatekeeping 2 teams on the other side of the road.
That's the thing, and Daytrade is also receiving fire from NG as well as Norin is still bleeding out there. Sapawa is going to try to move up here to try to finish him off, and no, instead Fab is going to be able to take a long range shot to take him out, but then he still can try to keep Daytrade under pressure here because Puchills is the last one, seems like, on the road there. EA in the meantime found the remaining 2 members of the Expendables and takes them out before they can get into the safe zone here, so there's another team out in 13th place. Unicorn Venom in the meantime still in the prime spot here to try to keep Daytrade gate-kept, but they themselves are being gate-kept by Purple Moon, who's already inside the next safe zone.
Oh, not looking good for Pubg. He has nowhere to go. I think he's going to give himself to the blue. If he shows himself, Sapao is going to take him out. He's just waiting for the right moment. So Pubg, knowing that he's been observed by Sapao, I think he'll deny himself.
Yeah, most likely he will just deny him at his skill point to any other teams. We already saw Leo do pretty much do that, even though Jakatuov tried his very best to finish him off. Didn't quite work out for them. GE, in the meantime, still stuck in this fight against one call here. Though Simoy has already picked up a vehicle. Looks like they want to try to pull out of this place here and try to start to take control over this circle here. But I think most likely, you want to be part of the teams that are already on Lipovka itself, because that seems to represent the best area to hold out for the next circle here. But then again, with the blue zone already crushing against their backs here, sooner or later they have to move out.
Oh yes, but Upchen, you gotta think about it. Upchen is still alive. They didn't know that Upchen is there, and Upchen is just trying to sneak into the circle.
Yeah, he's literally going prone all the whole time and just staying out of sight from one call this entire time here. So now he should be able to get into the next safe zone, but beyond that, I don't really see any other path for him because Lipovka is still so far away from him. He can't possibly crawl all the way there. Hatsawat finds a kill to get Kulusia right now. He has already knocked down and a confirmed kill as well. So T5 doing very well to actually keep control over Lipovka, getting eliminations done here onto AAA.
Well, looks like the circle move a little bit on the outside of Lipovka. It's going to be on the high ground on the outside of Lipovka, whereby we can see that there are at least 4 to 5 teams in that area. One call could take the fight against GE next. GE now playing by the edge of the circle. There's a possibility that the circle might move away, so they need to be prepared for that.
Yeah, this is getting very, very crowded. We still have 11 teams right now in Phase 5. So, it's a lot of pressure is going around. Just take one wrong misstep and you'll be in the line of sight with someone like Lyrics, for example. Headshot onto Borbo to take him down now. Purple Moon under pressure here from EA as well. So this is looking like a bad fight for them here because they still, the thing is, they're still inside the same zone, but they don't really have control over this crossroads here because with QConfirm being on the north side, EA is still running around the coastline there, staying out of the line of fire. It's very hard for them to keep control over their sector of the circle this way.
And at the same time, we can see that on the right side of the circle, there are a couple of teams still on the outside of it trying to get into the circle, but the road is going to be a big blocker for them to try to get across. But right now, Purple Moon Esports managed to eliminate eArena.
Does in time as well. So finally, they will be able to focus their fight onto new generation. Where it's when you look on the western side, this is looking like a bloodbath right now. Chloris has just been knocked down, so it looks like one call is going to collapse onto Genius Esports. Time Myth as well, pouring some fire here to try to take out AAA. Will eliminate them in 10th place, but one call is getting eliminations done with the Genius here. Trick finding a kill to Utah there. Will be able to finish one off there, but UV at the same time moving up as well. That's going to eliminate GE completely, and now it's a continuous fight here because one call is going to be chased away from that position immediately by Unicorn Venom.
Unicorn Venom now still on the outside of the circle, but one call retreats back into the circle. Upchen is still there. Upchen could backstab it. They gotta be careful of it, but Smell been taken down by Tarawan.
T5 moving up, goes onto one call, gets 2 knocked out straight away. Chipper is still able to get the revive coming up, but T5 is keeping the pressure going. Pandapong has just been knocked down as well, but they still just need to find one member of one call there, and he will take control of the north.
Oh, Upchen is still alive. I'm waiting for the moment if Upchen will shoot from behind. We'll take down the rest of T5. But T5, they're rampaging in this round. 12 kills to their name so far.
But the blood is in the water right now. You see QConfirm moving up north. So is Unicorn Venom as well. Duckman, T5 is up 10 and runs him over. So no chance for GX to be involved in this final fight here. Jordan 5 under deep trouble here. 3 people knocked out. Tanado is the last one left standing here, and he's under fire from not 1, not 2, but 3 teams in a row.
Oh, made in Thailand is starting to move in. Panama will be taken out. Hatsawa will be taken out by Sapao. UV, they're trying to find their way into the circle, but 4 teams back to back just next to each other. They're being overlooked by another team. Purple Moon Esports waiting for the right moment to come in. Smell will be taken out by Tanawan.
Oh, that grenade is so close there to taking out Tanado, but he's still holding on here, still trying to keep the fire going onto Myth right now. But QConfirm flanking around from the western side. This is going to look really bad now for Tanado here because, again, he's surrounded all enemies all around here, so I don't know how he's going to be able to get himself out of this quandary here. QConfirm still has a full stack to deal with in this fight against Main in Thailand as well, because only Duckmans and Jacob were the ones who were able to move up here to try to take his fight. In fact, Jacob is going to get caught out now by QC. Louis is going to be able to take the kill there. Now, Opan's still trying to watch out for Duckmans here. He's still a factor in this fight here. Tanadol is actually picking up a vehicle here, so it looks like he's going to try to run away from this, but unfortunately, Duckman's just been taken out, so QConfirm can now fully focus on the T5.
Well, somehow Tanadol is still alive, and they're not putting focus on the Tanadol, they're putting focus on the UV on the other side. Tanados will be staying put, and Tanados might be the wild card in this fight, but look who's coming, it's going to be NGE.
Oh, frag grenade goes to the car now. Oh, so all the damage done to Tanadol. He's already out for the count. So now, NGE is also moving up at the same time together with QC. They will be able to eliminate UV from behind there, so new generation esports have been so quiet, and Lipovka letting T5, letting Myth, and letting the other teams go and take these fights now. This time around, they come in to sweep up, clean up house, and now it's just them versus QConfirm.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be 4v4, but NGE seems to have better control of the perimeter at this point. They are pushing QConfirm at the edge of this zone, and now speaking about the zone will shift away. The zone will move on to NGE.
Yeah, Hakai is still in the middle of that, but then you got QConfirm in their vehicles now, trying to wrap around towards the eastern side. That might actually head off Hakai here. No, actually, QConfirm is going to try to take a little bit more southwards here.
Oh.
So repositioning themselves very rapidly here. They still left behind Zapalui up in the north side, so he could still be a spoiler right now. They want to try to head off Hakai and to take him down.
Oh, they got to be careful because Zapalui is still behind. He could shoot from behind still. NGE doesn't know he's still there, but NGE just took up horns. They have one more to take out in front, and that's going to be Pat. And now, what can he do about it? There's nothing much he can do. New generation esports, no one's gonna stop them from taking home the chicken dinner.
Oh, I mean, compared to everyone else who was in that fight, I think NGE probably had the most chill experience in that final fight, because they didn't make any maneuvers until the very, very last minute. And when they did, they found themselves in the perfect position to take out Unicorn Venom, the perfect position to head off QC. And unfortunately for QConfirm, I think their decision to leave behind Irv Zapalui to just basically try to head off the entire full stack of NGE was kind of their downfall, because again, they couldn't cover all the angles necessarily in that last fight.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea, the movement coming in from QConfirm towards the final moment. The moment the circle shifts away, they started to move. They tried to go for the wraparound, and I get the idea. They don't want to be pushed to a corner, so that's why they tried to open it up. But for NGE, they were swift enough to try to counter. The moment they landed, they shoot, and they got a couple of knockdowns, and that's where they stop the idea from happening, and that's how they don't catch themselves in the middle, being surrounded by the members of QConfirm.
In fact, I will also add on to that a lot of that hinged upon Hakai's positioning in that fight, because he was playing the anchor basically, he was playing the anchor for them to basically try to take control over this next circle here. So the thing is that when the next circle was revealed, Hakai found himself immediately in the middle of that one there. So if anything, QConfirm had to try to get around his position, but then because having to come from that distance there, again, I think what QConfirm would have liked is to take over Unicorn Venom's place in that circle, but the problem is that because NG already moved up to take their spot instead, so QConfirm had no other option than to try to wrap around the other side of the circle. And I think with Hakai already being there, he could already spot the movements. He was able to inform the rest of NGE that was happening, and that contributed, I think, a lot to NGE being able to just fire off the first shot at them.
And you can't think about it, NGE made the last move.
Yes.
Everyone was fighting at the northern side, right? They were kind of busy with each other, and she just come in and say, "Hi people, we're still alive, don't forget about us."
Maybe you can call them the cleanup crew for PUBG here.
Yeah.
Pretty much that's what they were doing. All the fights were happening on the western side of the circle. You saw even the T5 and Myth for some reason decided to pop out there to try to take that fight, thinking they could try to overrun. But I think like especially for T5, probably didn't expect that QConfirm was also like having the same idea of collapsing onto UV at that time. So I think it was like a series of like unfortunate circumstances really towards the end there. But I think if MIF as well as T5 actually stayed in Lipovka, they would also have prevented NGE from making that move as well, because NGE, you know, for the whole time was under siege from MIF, and them leaving that, taking the pressure away from them, actually contributed to the fight.
Yeah, you know what? I think this is the longest back-to-back fight that we have had so far. Yeah, like this is a new record here. It was like so back-to-back that it became from like, I think from 10 teams up to the chicken dinner, it was just non-stop.
Yeah, so as of right now, you know, we're going to try to keep you guys posted, but I think the points are already ready here, so we're going to be having a look now at who managed to take most of the points out of this fight here, because my goodness, with the amount of chaos we saw there, I think it's really hard to determine like who actually had the advantage throughout the entire final phase there. New Generation Esports taking the chicken dinner will be taking the bulk of the points here at 21. Theerathon 5, actually not too bad for them.
Wow!
Even though they lost out in their attempt to take position, but 13 kill points, that's certainly going to be enough to keep them in the lead now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, for the fact that they only got like 4 placement points and 13 kill points, I think this is the biggest ratio in a single round so far. So looking good for T5, and because the fact that they got 17 points, I think they realized that, okay, if we drop another round, then potentially another team would have overtaken this. So that kind of became their driving force towards, they don't want to lose that number 1 spot, and that's how they really fought back, by going for those kill points. And I think this will be, their reward will definitely be still that number 1 spot after this round. QConfirm, this is arguably, I think this is the best round in the grand final so far.
Best round, I suppose, yeah. Again, like I was kind of hoping that they would like do it during Tego, but I think having 6 placement points and 6 kill points here is a very well balanced performance here for QConfirm, and certainly best of the rest so far. Now we're going to be having a look at the overall leaderboard here, and I'm going to be interested to see how much of a gap now that Theerathon 5 will have against everyone else, because you know they've still been consistently picking up points every single round, even though they haven't been able to get the full points. But look at this here.
Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to count right now. Okay, what's the difference? It's a 28-point gap between T5 and Made in Thailand. They not only established their lead, or they not only like improve their lead, but they improve the biggest gap so far that we have seen between them and whoever who's at the second place. I mean, okay, and because of that as well, that makes the gap with everyone else not that far, and still, it's the teams cancelling out each other, and T5 is the one getting the last laugh.
I know, right? I mean, again, they're both tied for points right now. Literally the same kill points, the same placement points here. So this next match here, the final match for day 2, is probably going to determine a lot here for both of these teams here. But they're not the only ones tied up. I mean, look at that. Even on the second page, Unicorn Venom and Daytrade Gaming are also tied 47 points. You got one called the Expendables also having the same points, although like the placement points and kill points are different. But it just goes to show how extremely tight this competition is, guys.
Yeah, I've seen so much PUBG in my life, and this is the first time I see so many similar numbers all around the board. Enterforce, however, I really feel for them the fact that they only have 1 placement point up to now, meaning that they played the least amount of time as compared to everyone else.
I mean, I guess like, yeah, you could say that they haven't been able to get to the final phase as much as compared to other teams, you know? So that's certainly what's kind of holding them back right now. I mean, even if they want to try to overtake CERBERUS, they need to find another 13 placement points somewhere. That means like a chicken dinner very much. May not even be enough, you know, to bring Enterforce 36 back into competitiveness here. But for everyone else, I mean, it's still down to the wire, I think. Like, even for the guys who are not fighting for the top 3 right now, are still fighting for like prize money even, like I would expect, to the end of this competition.
And T5, they just need 1 more round and they will break into the triple digit in terms of total points. I mean, T5 right now, they are just, they're opening up a wider gap, the widest gap so far that they have in the grand finals. And this is an LCQ team.
I know.
Somebody stop them.
Somebody stop them, right? I mean, look at other teams here, like the strong performance we're expecting, you know, from like group stage onwards, where teams like CERBERUS Esports, Daytrade Gaming, they are still on the second page here. Daytrade Gaming has not been, I think they only had one brief moment when they're in the first page, but now they're back down to 10th place. They're tied up with Unicorn Venom of all teams. CERBERUS Esports, a non-factor, like right now, as far as like the top 8 is concerned. So, I mean, what a stark difference it is, you know, compared to like how things were during like the Thailand and the Vietnam series, coming now to this PUBG Asia Super Cup. I think it's like the past performances can kind of be left on the sideline now, because it's now like the rise of T5 as well as Purple Mood is pretty much setting the tone now for this competition.
And if I'm not mistaken, every single member from T5 has got onto the kill leaderboard now. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so as well. So, with that being said, it just shows that everyone is functioning at the same pace. That's why they're on top. Tanawat is still there representing Purple Mood Esports, and we have some new faces up here. We have Leon's representing QConfirm, and we have Fab there representing NGE as well. But for T5, they're always in the kill leaderboard.
I mean, again, having 13 kills, you know, you expect that they're going to be up here somewhere, but the thing is that they've been doing this not just this map, but even the 2 previous maps as well. So even though Theerathon 5 were not able to take the chicken dinner since like their first one, or rather like I think like a few rounds back, but then again, like they have not been able to like match sort of like the placement points been going on for day number 1. This time around though, it's pretty much the kills that they do, like they just patiently wait, you know, for the right moment to come out, take those kills, and then like just say, yeah, that's it, we're done.
Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the members from T5 will be the MVP for the day. No doubt about that by now. I think they just open up enough of a gap, and I don't expect for any team to overtake them even in the final round. They will still be number 1.
I know. Well, New Generation Esports certainly like another team that really like bided their time, you know, to find the right moment to come out, start taking fights. I guess like, you know, T5 certainly was a little bit earlier and decided to make that rotation towards like the very crowded western side of the circle, whereas like New Generation waited until the last possible moment, went to like is down to the last 4 teams before finally making the move. And that really paid off for them significantly now, because having taken chicken dinner, now having a lot of points in hand, this is going to be a good path for them from here on out, I hope.
Yeah, and you know what could be a good path for us? Yeah, so a good path for us is that we're going to find our path onto the break time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back for a final round, and well, we'll see if T5 really will still be on top by the end of the day for 2 days in a row. Make sure you check back onto us, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on ArkAngel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month. including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on ArkAngel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on ArkAngel, Miramar, and Jester. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup, and we're now in the final match for day number 2. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Sir Cloud, and then, oh boy, what a chaotic wrangle round that was, isn't it?
What a chaotic one, but of course entertaining for us. Not too sure about the teams, except if you are a T5. You'll be enjoying the round.
Yeah, I mean, they've been enjoying themselves. Just pretty much picking up kills. Like, they don't really have to focus so hard on placement points anymore because they're so far ahead. But then they're using this opportunity here, being in the lead, like, to just basically suppress everyone else. You know, any kill point they not being given to the other teams, you know, so bear that in mind. That's kind of like how T5 has been running day number 2 so far, and it seems to be really paying off. I mean, again, they were full credit to them, you know, they got like the amazing day 1 performance, you know, that put them like high up in the board coming to day number 2, and it seems like their efforts so far is consistently getting kill points every round, even in the one round where they dropped in 11th place. Otherwise, like, they've been consistently in that top 5, consistently getting kills, and as a result right now are clearly heads and shoulders above everyone else in terms of points.
Yeah, and speaking about consistency, QConfirm finally got a decent round. Hopefully they'll be able to continue on getting a consistent run because they are one of the best teams in the group stages, but they kind of fall short. But yeah, hopefully this is finally, but because we still have a lot more rounds to go, right? We got like 16 rounds, including this one, and we're jumping into the flight path for our final game today, which will be played inside of ArkAngel. So let's go. Keep your eye again on Pachinki and Ferry.
I just love that this drone shot makes it look like it's live action right now. We're like having live action PUBG in front of us. If only the water effects were like more realistic, then perhaps like it could be easily mistaken for something happening in real life. But I digress though. Now we're going into the final round of ArkAngel here today. This flight path very much north bias, not as close to Sovnoka as compared to the last flight path, but still more or less the same. So I would still expect like AAA, yet again,
Yep, here we
them
go.
together with the Expendables going towards Pochinki one more time. I want to see whether or not Gex as well as, this time Gex is going to be facing not only eArena, but potentially Daytrade as well, but then they already head themselves off into more spread out position. Expendables though, hot dropping on the Pochinki once more.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. Okay, sometimes this kind of hard drop, it really depends what kind of weapons you get as you drop. Do you get something that's suitable with the current situation or not? So there's a little bit of an RNG element in this kind of fights. And the circle way up north. Again, Pachinki is not within the circle, so that means this fight, it cannot last as long as before.
Good news for them though is that if they win this fight, it's a shorter path for them to get towards the next like safe zone that's probably like bringing them towards the ruins or whatnot, like the up north from their position here. But nevertheless, right now they really just have to pick up whatever good guns they have and start to dig into this fight, because I think the Expendables are right now just moving, like spreading themselves out a little bit more. While rather Delwyn is trying to set up an anchor point further up north for Pachinki itself. So that would be a good place for TE to fall back to should their direct confrontation attacks against attack all around not work out. So they certainly already have some machinations going on in their team strats here.
Well, we did talk about like QConfirm trying to get a level of consistency. Unfortunately, one of their players got eliminated early on with a VSS. And I hope it's not part of a caster's curse. But between EA as well as GX, it's still happening inside of Ferry Pier. And this time around, EA is going in for the wraparound against GX. GX, they are in the middle of Ferry Pier town, but EA has multiple angles covered against them.
The thing is that like the other two members of EA, which is KM99 and Lyrics, will have to move up in order to keep GX surrounded. But you also see Yuri at the same time trying to flank around inside here. So again, like EA does have sort of like the same kind of idea, I think, that the Expendables has, which is basically set up an anchor point further up north and then try to corral the other teams towards that position, and as a result just keep them surrounded and pincered as they try to take the fight. But right now, neither team is going to be making any major moves here. Like, it's still very early on in phase 1, in fact, so unless there's like a lucky pickoff somewhere, I doubt we're going to be seeing much of these teams move around. Now, actually, now that I come back to Pochinki here, it seems like Delwyn decided to move further down southwards, trying to keep AAA between himself and his teammates on the other side of Pochinki. So it seems like what they want to do is like try to squeeze AAA into a disadvantaged position and hopefully be able to get eliminations done that way.
Oh, okay, speaking about eliminations, we could see one. Oh, Jedi almost knocked down. Thanks to the power of the Force, Jedi is still okay.
Yeah, still alright for now. Delwyn is going to try to head him off, but he's already taken some damage as well, so that's forced him to use his only first aid kit here in order to get himself back up to speed. But Jedi is also at the same time trying to head him off here, so Delwyn, like, he's playing a very crucial role here for TE, while the rest of them are still trying to keep the siege going. Aquilucia, Janku Tuwov, and Otuskrit. Right now, Delwyn has only Jedi to watch out for, really. And also at the same time keep an eye out for any members of AAA deciding to try to flank around off the main road. But you also have Tan Vu, who is currently up on the rooftops here, so he could also easily spot AAA should they decide to take onto the main road.
Okay, let's see who would take the next fight now. Shots fired now by Jedi onto Delwyn. Delwyn now being forced to pull back. Skirt trying to get a knockdown onto Tan Vu, but couldn't land a nade onto him.
Yeah, Jedi now just scanning up on top here. He does have an S12K, a semi-automatic semi-automatic shotgun. Thinking about switching to the pump action instead, which does deal a lot more damage, although its fire rate is a lot lower compared to the S12K. But nevertheless, you won those single shots because you only have a tiny window of opportunity to get the shots done. Oh, Jedi comes through the door, gets the shot of the Delwyn and takes him down.
Oh, nicely done by Jedi. Immediately switches his weapon to an M4 and finishes off Delwyn. And now AAA again having the upper hand against TE. Earlier on, it was the same case as well, whereby AAA, they got 2 out of TE. TE leaves the compound, and AAA consider themselves the victors of Pachinki.
Well, for now, though, but NTE is not moving out of position yet, so either way, it's still not quite done yet, this fight at least. Another fight is also breaking out in the circle, inside, even in a circle, like right in the middle here. Zixi getting caught out here in this fight versus Gex right now, so eArena is down 1 man. Yuri is going to be flushed out very soon as KM99 pushes against the window here. Can't really find a good entry point here until he finds the door. But again, very worried about trying to head him off immediately because again, close quarter fights not exactly working well for EA last time. Now also still the same because KM99 has just been knocked down. Yuri jumps all the way down, takes the second one onto Larix as well. This is getting from bad to worse here for eArena.
Larix, he switches his weapon at the wrong timing and he got counter fire upon by Yuri and been taken out. And now Insight is the last man standing for eArena. It doesn't help that the fact that they are on the outside of the circle. At the same time, one call taken apart upon for T5.
Yeah, one call as well as T5 actually started doing some maneuvers within this next save zone here to try to no doubt take control, and it seems like it's working out well for one call here, although they still have the knockdown there onto Simoy and they're not going to be able to get close to him without exposing them to possible fire coming from T5's position up by the north side closer to the coast. But Jexy is still going to try to keep them under fire here. Inside does find a kill against Xavier though, so eArena is still not quite out of this fight yet. It's going to be 1 versus 1 between Inside and Yuri at this point here, but nevertheless for one call, it's still in a very precarious position. They do manage to finally take out Tanadol, which could be crucial here because he's been one of the main sort of like flankers slash the forward position players here for T5. Now that he's out from this one here, T5 is down to only 2 members.
I know T5 might be really confident that they will still be at number 1 by the end of the day, but we still got a lot more games to go. So I hope they don't really drop the ball in this round and still be able to collect some points as this round goes on. But right now, Yuri has a barrel, only 29 bullets. He doesn't have any extra ammunition, so he gotta conserve his bullets and use it when the right moment comes.
Again, I think crucially, Inside hasn't found a vehicle yet, so Yuri could still try to hunt him down, but it seems like Inside is already finding himself in a forward position here, might be able to peel away from Yuri quite quickly though. Theerathon 5 still continuing to keep the fire going onto one call, still seeking to try to salvage some points here or else risk being the first team being eliminated here on this final match of the day. But with other teams also crowding around here, we got Daytrade coming through Georgia Pole right now. We got Purple Mood as well as UV starting to creep in around T5 and one call's position here. In the meantime, Global Esports exit Yuri still in the chase right now against Inside. I think he managed to find him. They actually get a good ping onto him. Now he's just trying to find the last shot onto him though. But Micro Uzi still has a lot of shots left. He's gonna come around top there. Final shot will take down Inside and eArena out in 16th place.
Good thing he still has that Micro Uzi. So that gives him enough bullets to finish up his opponent. So eArena will be the first team to go out in this round. They'll be taking a break for the rest of the day. See them again tomorrow. QConfirm will be making their move now, and I believe they're already in the circle, so they should be a-okay.
They should be okay. Like, the only team that's really going to be a threat to them is like New Generation as well as Myth, but New Generation has them in their sight somewhat. They've managed to force Opons to regroup together with his teammates here. CERBERUS, though, not exactly in the safest position because they're trying to contest this zone together with Genius Esports. Genius having taken control of the compound means that CERBERUS is going to have to take an approach here to take this assault. I do see some frag grenades they can use though, but then again, without a good beat on where exactly the positions are, it'd be kind of a waste right now to use up those frag grenades quite early on here.
Okay, I'm wondering what's happening inside of Pachinki. I think, okay, both teams have disengaged inside of Pachinki. I guess kind of lesson learned from the previous round because from the previous round, the two teams they spent too much time inside Pachinki that at the end of the day, nobody really wins.
Yeah, and there's still a river for them to cross anyway should they get to the next safe zone. So I think the Expendables has done the right call here to try to pull away, cut their losses a little bit, and leave AAA to their own devices. Perhaps AAA will be able to find an E-pickup somewhere to join in the rest of the fight nevertheless, but for the Expendables, right now, having been holed up in that fight early on means they have not actually gotten enough loot, I feel. So that's why they're currently still stuck out in the blue zone here. This next safe zone still lands on top of all teams, actually. E36 as well as Purple Mood. And you also have ArkAngel Predators as well, potentially in a place here to gatekeep Cerberus as they try to move further to the west here. So you got Tycon and the rest of his team now on vehicles here. Oh, a little bit of slip and slide here. Chloris is actually in position, trying to get a spray onto NGE. Here. Tries to go one to N-Bank, doesn't quite get it from as well. Gives him the slip. NGE just slips past him. Tries his best, still cannot land it. Not enough range.
Ooh, that was close one there. Chloris almost got one at least. But the good thing for NGE, they managed to slide their way into the circle, so they're okay for now. But, well, not safe just yet, as Zest still has eyes onto them, but hoping that the terrain does help them out, and yes, it will. So they'll be okay for now.
Well, NGA might still face some fire from Purple Mood as well as ArkAngel Predator. I think Evil Patrick has just saw their convoy cutting across from them. So now NG is going to move further up north instead. Cerberus, in the meantime, a little bit stuck in the tracks here because they finally managed to get themselves into the center of this circle, only to meet the Daytrade right now just to the north of them. So they can't exactly continue any further. Now they have to basically pack it in and start fighting.
Oh, Vanger, okay, doing a little bit of scouting work here. We can see how many teams, they really want that high ground. So we can see that it's quite packed there. There's at least 3-4 teams at this high ground area with Purple Mood Esports having a compound with this elevated area as well. So slightly more advantage for Purple Mood Esports.
But you also have one call as well, trying to make their way up the mountain. This might put them in collision course now with NG, who will be able to cut them off actually to take the high ground. Although one call has actually spotted them as well, putting some fire into Van as well as Hakai here, or rather that blue as well as Hakai, who are currently still on the way down to try to regroup, but they might actually run into Purple Mood, who are already set up in the complex that they were trying to get to now. So they find themselves in a quandary here, not able to take any advantageous position here. One call, of course, already being further up north means that NG is not going to be able to contest them over on this hilltop here. And with Daytrade currently just basically distracted by this fight with CS right now, and CS is just certainly trying to pull the attention away from this hilltop towards Georgia Paul instead, because Duckmai is already moving to try to set up an anchor point for his team here that can fall back to if they can't take this high ground against Daytrade.
It does look like they're trying to sneak onto Cerberus Esports, as in Daytrade Gaming sneaking onto them. So right now we can see Belmont on this hilltop. He sees Tycon. Okay, there you go. Tapping away and got a knockdown onto Tycon, but being traded back immediately by Haisaki.
Yeah, and Solo Z also watching out for Pachills on the other side. Norris also moving in to try to back up his teammate here and hopefully catch Haisaki as well. That's a nade there to be able to take out Bellbob, so there's no chance for a revive there. CS has already drawn first blood against Daytrade here, while Duckmai has already gotten up to his teammate to get him to revive up. Fop in the meantime getting an engagement now with one call. This is an absolute firefight here as well as QConfirm getting himself in the mix too. They're going to be the third party getting eliminated, looks like.
Wow, what just happened there? Now everyone's dropping like flies as Haisaki retreats back, resets himself, but he's still being shot at from multiple angles, and Haisaki didn't survive. No, Haisaki is still okay. He's recovering himself.
Yeah, he's recovering, but then Daytrade is collapsing onto CS right now. They're forcing a fight on this other side of the hill here, while QConfirm's Pet Dread is able to pull away, but basically it's the last person standing now for QConfirm, which is so unfortunate there, given that they tried to get in the middle of that fight. But now Puchills versus Duckmai now, basically Daytrade has already eliminated almost all the members of Cerberus except Duckmai. He flashes, trying his very best. There's a grenade kill against Duckmai, takes him out. Cerberus in 15th place.
Another downhill round here for Cerberus Esports. One kill, and that's the only point for this round. Now we see that Sapao takes out Jexi. That's going to be one kill in the bag for UV. E36, however, they are a little bit spread out. They're trying to get kills here. Can they get it? Only one more to go.
Oh, they do! XK1 finally getting his time in the sun. E36 eliminating the Expendables as they try to cut across their position here. But speaking of which, other teams as well getting into this fight here on the mountaintop side. We had one call, NGE as well as QConfirm actually giving the Daytrade a slip. Now they're getting towards Georgia Paul area here, looking like that might be the spot to contest now in this fight.
Oh, we can watch that replayed the whole night. That was some entertaining stuff there by E36. And now E36, 4 kills in the bag, but I hope they can get more placement points at last. Let's see what happens later on. We still got 13 teams here as Made in Thailand just below E36. They'll be looking over Made in Thailand. In case Made in Thailand comes on the compound, they'll be the first one to pull the trigger.
It's a tiny compound that like Myth is holding right now, so E36 can easily still hit them off going into Georgiopol, and right now NGE as well as Theerathon 5 are now in the siege here on North Georgiopol itself. And in fact, NGE is going to be crowding around the building that Pedret is going to be set up in. Unicorn Venom was still on the outside, and AAA is now getting the kill here. NBK is out for the count. Jack Kuo still continuing to try to run in there. Unicorn Venom still he is now trying to salvage this by trying to kill on the Otis Courage, but still out in the blue zone. One headshot, couldn't get the last one there. Cannot quite confirm the kill.
Oh, just waiting for the kill feed right now to show itself who exactly will get that kill. And looks like still going to be NBK getting onto Skirt, so that's okay. But now Sly High taking out the blue and he tries to get himself into the circle. Sapao who pulled out the long range shot. It's going to be Alec being taken down by Chloris somewhere else.
And they're fighting inside the blue zone here, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a phase 3 circle, so it's very much a very painful blue zone here to still continue fighting in, and UV and AAA and not giving a ground anywhere to them. Sapao now trying to go for a drive-by hit against J-Dye anyway. So it looks like they will be able to clear their way now to the ground unless Equilucia and Silhi now encounter each other. He goes this way, gets the knockdown to Silhi as well just as he entered the safe zone.
Whoa, what a drive-by there. Beautifully done indeed. And now AAA, they managed to get themselves 3 kills. Fly High now be taken out. But they'll be shot at from the other side. It's going to be from Moody Esports. Thailand will be the one to take them out.
They were set up in the compound just in the north side, and they came out just in time to catch this fight here. So cleaning up house here. Now UV still has 2 members, Sapao as well as Mel, but they're going to be gate-kept by both Daytrade as well as Purple Mood here because they're already completely set up in the north here with only 2 compounds within this this northern part of the circle.
Okay, finally, everyone, we can breathe for a moment here, but gotta wait. I think another fight is going to happen there somewhere on the left side or maybe on the right side. GE is going in, but we're going to see the replay again on how Sapao secured that kill, tapping away into the smoke. He got it, but the moment he got that kill, counterfire from the other side and the entire squad taken out.
Yeah, but UV still is in play right now. Only 2 members strong though, unfortunately. But Daytrade and PLM still continue to dig in to the northern side. Not going to be allowing UV any easy pass through. On the eastern side, meantime, Genius Esports up in the fight against ArkAngel Predators. The Algebos was trying to take the high ground there. Has to be knocked down. Unfortunately, will get knocked down by a nice frag grenade coming. Chloris and GE now moving in, sweeping in for the kill.
Oh, that was a close one. That nade could have landed nicely and taken out immediately, but now there's a signal for GE to move in. And GE, could it be a splat? Yeah, it's going to be a splat here coming for you now to ArkAngel Predator. ArkAngel Predator eliminated by GE.
Well done, Genius Esports. Now they have control over the western side here. North side still in the hands of Daytrade as well as Purple Moon. Both neither side are really knocking each other out of the compounds quite yet. The eastern side, though, looking quite crowded early on, but then Theerathon 5 has also moved out, but that's put them now into a collision course together with one call who's trying to gatekeep them from coming into the high ground here. Whereas NGE, they managed to find the last member of QConfirm, so they will eliminate him to take that 1 kill point, but now that's drawn some attention for Hasawat, but rather like Hasawat's still out in the open here, and Fab and Dat Blue might be able to track him down.
Well, speaking about being on the outside, Yuri from GX is still on the outside trying to make his way into the circle, and his route should be okay because everyone else is kind of busy on the outside of North Jogopol. We got 3 teams around the area, NGE, we got T5, we got 1 call as well, and now the fact that NGE, they're currently on the outside of the circle, they need to take the fight against T5.
Yeah, whoa, this is the perfect position to try to send some frag grenades, but that didn't seem to connect onto Hasawat's position quite yet, although it seems that NG is slowly but surely starting to take the advantage here by taking control over the top crest, and now Van is going to try to get a shot, gets a headshot to Rascal Jr. Now there's the deal with Hasawat, who's the last one standing there for T5.
Oh, here we go. Only 1 left for T5, taken down by Fab. And that is it for T5 at number 10. A very rare occasion that they got eliminated at this stage.
Yeah, and E36 as well, almost finding an opportunity to take some pot shots. Unfortunately, not able to take down those two members of GE there. But nevertheless, NGE will continue to move up here, having already done and dusted the Theerathon 5, are now starting to put some fire onto Daytrade as well as forcing One Call to move out of position here. But again, One Call is going to be moving towards this next save zone, so perhaps they could try to keep NGE stuck on the outskirts of this next save zone.
I can feel the frustration of Yuri as well. He traveled so far just to get into the circle, and the circle ran away from him, and now he needs to go out to an open area to get into the circle, but he'll definitely be taking his time. But he'll allow all the other teams to move in first, and he'll quietly try to get in later.
Yeah, GE spreading themselves out along the border here to take control, and that probably will be a good way for them to take this fight against Myth right now, but then Myth stuck in this one tiny complex that's just south of the circle here, just using that as their anchor points, but with other teams starting to come around now, One Call as well taking control over this little range here that cuts between this circle. So they're literally trying to find a good high ground in order to set their base up in. E36 as well, moving up northwards. That might put them in the path now to try to take the fight to NGE, where still, mind you, just a little bit skittish about getting over the crest. And that might be the downfall here because Deva finds Fop and takes him down.
And that could be the opening to take down the rest of NGE. But NGE is not really revealing themselves. They're playing the terrain to their advantage. A little bit of elevation against their opponent as well as that blue tosses a nade onto the other side. Fop will be naded down.
Yeah, Starlord is still holding back though, letting XKSS Deva take this fight here, but still remaining as an insurance policy right now. But he also has Yuri for Gex actually getting into the mix too. He's actually stalking behind that blue with the blue zone still up against his back here. So he's slipping by unnoticed by both E36 as well as New Generation Esport. Although Starlord has finally spotted him there, forcing him to get into the blue zone now. In the meantime, Genius Esports collapse onto Myth, completely take them out of the compound, and now Myth is out in 8th place.
Well, what just happened there? But anyway, we'll be putting our focus onto New Generation Esports as they try to get into the circle. As they move up north, they might bump into Daytrade Gaming.
Yeah, Daytrade Gaming now still 2 members strong though, as GE also having 2 members. You also need to watch out from Yuri, who's still lurking around in the blue zone there, trying to crawl his way in. Still has a first aid kit. Is he still going to be able to survive though, with the blue zone being this painful? But nevertheless, Pachil says, we knocked it down, and Vector picks up another kill to Flash to take out Daytrade.
Oh, nicely done there. And here we have it. GEX. Looks like Yuri is still alive. Okay, he's just behind the rest of the members of NGE, but like what you said, does he have enough to take out the blue?
I don't know. That's the last health kit he's going to be able to use now. He needs to make his way quickly into this next safe zone. He's just barely within his arm's reach there. Look at how painful it is at this stage now. Oh, the tree unfortunately just outside the blue zone though.
Yuri!
Oh, barely 18 health. Now he has to turn just duck down onto the grass and just hold position. Hope the NG doesn't spot him yet. NG in the meantime though, very much tied up here with this counter against Purple Moon against the other side here. But they're also turning around. They're also watching their backs here, so Yuri might be spotted sooner rather than later. You also have E36 moving up as well. They've just entered into the safe zone, but the circle continues to move away from them and might actually put them in a position where they will have to get an encounter yet again with One Call.
Oh man. Feels bad to be Yuri at this moment. Okay, is he going to pull the trigger? No, he's going to focus on himself. He's going to reset, but he has about like 18 more seconds before the zone closes in, and by then he doesn't have enough first aids to recover himself. So this is pretty much the final moment for Yuri.
Yeah, I mean, his best bet now, maybe try to get a kill point against NGE, because I don't see any way he could fight the rest of the way unless NGE decides to move up forward and keep the pressure off him, allowing him to slip past.
Yuri
No, he takes fire! He takes the kill! He gets the kill! Oh my goodness, Yuri! 2 kill points now to GEX, and what a saving grace that is, especially given how terribly things started out for them. Chloris also finds XK1 on the outside, so that will be Enter Force 36 eliminated in 5th place. Now, so these 3 teams still remain. That's going to be Genius Esports right now coming to the south. Purple Moon now on a move here, trying to head off One Call, who are 2 members strong right now, and definitely in the weakest position out of 3 teams here.
Wow, Purple Moon Esports very bravely moving towards the outside of the circle. One Call just on the other side by the Genius Esports on the other end as well, trying to put pressure onto Purple Moon Esports, but they need to be careful. The fact that One Call have a little bit of elevation against them But let's see how they're going to deal with this. They still have one member on the other side, though, providing cover fire.
Yeah, while that fighting is going on, GE is going to
T-Boy.
hold on.
T-Boy
Drop
got two.
shot there, taking out 2 members of Purple Moon now. The only need to deal with is Fluky on the other side. And Danawat, it was on the opposite end of the circle, continuing to try to keep fire. But again, I don't think it's going to be likely to get any hits on one call, given that the Crest is going to be able to protect him. Now they will be able to finish off Borbo. It's now only Fluky is left in the vicinity here to deal with. But again, I think one call can pretty much rest easy a little bit. And it's now they really have to go focus on GE here. Danawat going to get caught a little bit by Zest. A care package going to be dropping in between No Man's Land here. And that might be just in the neighborhood for Genius Esports to use as a forward position.
All right, let's see who's going to make the next move right now. We got Fluky still alive, just behind on one call. Probably doesn't know he's still there.
Yeah, the Crest is literally the only thing keeping Fluky away from one call's gun sights. So that's allowing him now to regroup together with Danawat. So it's 2 versus 4 right now. GE's Zest, Utah, as well as Cloris now keeping one call kept on the western side. Surti is still watching out for Purple Moon on the other end of the map there. They're completely spreading out, but Genius Esports certainly has control here, given that the compound is still within play in this next circle.
Oh, GE, they have the best advantage at this moment. They have a full squad, and they're in a decent position with a good parameter within the circle as well. Now they need to focus onto one call to try to get into the circle, but Zest goes down by a little bit of a trade there with Seymour.
Yeah, CERBERUS now under pressure here from Cloris as he attempts to try to keep him suppressed. Now sends a frag grenade his direction now. Deflects off the close! Oh, but still Cloris finds the headshot against CERBERUS, takes him down now. So it's GE versus PLM. Danawat's already been knocked out. Fluky's trying to run across with his Mustang. Can he be able to get into the cover right in time? No, not exactly. He will get knocked down. It will be Genius Esports taking the chicken dinner.
Genius Esports with 12 kills to their name. This is the fastest round. I mean, 7th space of the circle and we're done.
That's amazing. I mean, that's so quick. But again, like a lot of those fights in the mid phase was what determined, I think, a lot of these fights towards the end now. So, you know, I think for Genius Esports, it was still the compound they took control of that allowed them very much to have a good anchor point when meeting up these teams. But the crest that split up both like the one call as well as Purple Moon, that was like the biggest battleground between these teams here in this final stage. And GE, by virtue of being like further down south in the circle, had a perfect view to see both of those teams engage in that fight and just let them fight it out between themselves.
Yeah, and a lot of fights happen like on the west side of the circle, right? So that is, it feels like the previous round whereby you come in later, you just become the mop-up crew, and that's how you get the advantage. But oh wow, that XK1, that shot, that was
dodge,
amazing.
That dodge, like just sidestep. Ooh, okay, there you go. Over the hill you go. Okay,
take the
don't mind
points.
me. Don't mind me taking the kills. Well done there for XK1. And this drive-by here that Attack All Around did against Silhee, that was really in response really to Sapao taking out one of their own. So they managed to kind of cut them off coming into this next safe zone here. But we saw plenty of drive-bys in this game. This is like literally the splatter kills. I think I don't know if anyone's been tracking how many splatter kills have been done throughout this tournament. I kind of feel this map has a lot more splatter kills than I've seen in any other round of this grand final so far.
Yeah, if there's a stat for that, that'll be amazing. Because it's like a meme kill, right?
I know. Like, it was like the most unexpected way to be able to take a kill, and Simoy just getting such a good drop there. And this frag grenade, you know, I thought there was one that got the kill, but it was still Cloris with the AUG that managed to finish off that last member of PLM there. But nevertheless, great performance here from Genius Esports. Now they're also a chicken dinner winner.
You know what? I'll summarize this round as all our players, they're hungry for supper. They want this round to end quickly so that, Mr. Manager, we're done. Can we go for supper now before it closes? So I totally understand that, you know.
Yeah, we got like 10 kills, no big deal. You know,
Yeah.
that's enough for us now. What's going to be for dessert?
Oh man, what a round. This is, out of all the rounds that we had from the start of this tournament, this is the fastest round. 7 circle and we're done.
Yeah, I'll be very curious to see like the end of game stats, like what exactly was the survival time for Genius Esports there, because I would think it was definitely under 25 minutes for sure. Like we didn't see the 8th phase come out even.
Yeah.
It just ended by the 7th phase itself, and there was still plenty of room to run around actually for a lot of these teams. So it's quite. But again, like a lot of focal point was on that crest. That literally little crest that separated both PLM as well as what's the other team?
Was it GE? One call.
One call.
Yeah.
So that one spot was like the hot spot pretty much on that circle. So that pretty much gave like GE like free reign to keep control over the other sector of the circle. In fact, you only had like I think it was Tanawat from Purple Boot who was still like on the other end of the circle. But he really was not in a position to support Fluky or anyone else because the crest was a perfect piece of cover there for one call. Like they literally could avoid all the fire coming from Purple Mood's side the whole time.
You know what? If we have the opportunity to actually find out and dwell into the minds of the players, I kind of want to know why Purple Moon Esports, because okay, they were on the right side of the circle and they were pretty much on the clear. But why did 3 of them choose to go to the left and butt in? And not play the, okay, you guys fight it off first and we'll come in later sort of strategy.
I don't know, like perhaps we have to look at like where they came from inside the circle itself. Perhaps they were thinking that there was still going to be enough time for them to back up to Tanawat's position there. But then again, it would have been much better like for PLM, like you said, to just hang back and let them let one call as well as GE actually fight it out. But nevertheless, GE capitalized so heavily off of this round here. 22 points in their hands now. One call in second place with 12 points. Global Esport Xsset. Oh, Yuri, you gotta talk about the double kill he did.
Oh yeah, it was chef's kiss. I can tell you that. Oh my goodness. I was waiting for the moment to happen, and it did. He didn't disappoint me. I love you, Yuri.
Not at all.
Can you sign my shirt?
No, and it's funny to think that at one point GX was not exactly certain they will still be in the final phase anyway, because like Yuri was the last member standing in the fight that they had against I think it was eArena. They literally head off that fight there. Like eArena wasn't even able to come out of that town unscathed at all, except Insight was caught out as he was trying to rotate out, whereas Yuri stayed quiet. He stayed quiet for so many phases, was literally having his belly on the ground for I think 80% of the whole round.
Yeah.
But the one moment that he chose to pop up, that was the one where he popped off, taking out 2 members of NGE. Now let's have a look at the overall scores here, because with Theerathon 5 getting eliminated quite early on, they wouldn't have any more progress, so not exactly going to be able to get the 100 score line here today. Might still have an opportunity tomorrow itself, certainly a big opportunity over the rest of the grand finals. Global Esport Xsset, thanks to Yuri, are now ahead of Made in Thailand by 9 points. Ladies and gentlemen, hats off to you, my man.
Yeah, we gotta take a moment to remember Yuri's moment. Dude, sign my shirt. But I'm not gonna lie, kind of disappointed that T5 didn't get the 3-digit mark. But anyway, for T5, it's a very rare occasion that they get 0 points out of a single round. Guys, screenshot that, you're probably not gonna get it again. So, yeah, but anyway, T5, we know the gap that they had is 28 point gap. So it's very, very, very unlikely they'll drop out the #1 spot, and they're still.
The fact they got 43 points, kill points so far in its grand finals, just by not having enough placement points, are behind Attack All Around, behind New Generation Esports, and out of the top 8 here. So I mean, wow, that just goes to show how important I feel that getting those placement points are, especially for the teams that are vying for the top 8 position here. Daytrade Gaming still making that very slow climb, but not as fast as I would like, and certainly not as fast as their own fan base is liking right now. It just feels like a bit of an underperformance for one of the most highlighted teams from the Thai region.
Yeah, but we're going to check out the overall kill leader now for our players. And this is the overall including of yesterday. So Chloris is up there, Tanvu, and no surprises that 2 members of T5 is up there, Rascal as well as Patapong. I mean, that's the reason why they've been ranking in a big number.
Yeah, this is raking in those kills, especially the first round of ArkAngel. That's when I think they got the most, out of today's matches here. And certainly Patapong and Rosset has been having the work cut out for them, just getting those kills to make sure that T5 stays in the lead. Now, that's right, and they also have this typical strategy where I tend to notice they always try to aim to be at the top, rather the northern part of the circle in every single final phase fight. And I think that's part of their strategy to just kind of their way of taking control over these final phases by making sure that they have the northern part completely secure for them and just slowly sweep their way down, or just use that as a jumping off point to spot where other fights are happening and then go in there to become the third party. And I think that, like, just by virtue of keeping up the kill points round after round after round, they've been in the lead so far this tournament ever since they took it in day number 1.
You know what? It kind of kept me thinking as well for T5, right? Because they like to do the same thing, and of course we're highlighting T5 as the best performing team today as well. The fact that they do that, and even you could point out the pattern that they like to drop somewhere up north, right? It's a little bit of a risk. Looking at what we've learned in the final round, that teams know that they drop there, and if they want to challenge them just to kind of stop them from getting more points, that can happen tomorrow as well. And if it consistently happens tomorrow that teams challenge them early, they could lose the number 1 spot.
That's the thing, but then I think if you're Theerathon 5 and you notice that other teams are starting to recognize your pattern, what do? Switch around, you know? Maybe instead of pushing from the north, push from the south, push from the west, you know? You can pick another spot. It doesn't have to necessarily be the north all the time. In fact, I think there are certain circles where being on the north doesn't necessarily mean you're in the best position.
Yeah.
But I think, like, Theerathon 5 is not really, like, they're not really holding the north position so much. If you look at the way they move as well, they tend to just move down south from there. It's literally just like a stepping stone for them to try to take in information about where the fights are happening within that circle, and then use that information to decide where's going to be the next path we're going to move to. And they're always constantly on the move. They're never like in one place, like overall, unless, you know, they happen to find themselves in the compound. Then yeah, naturally you want to do that. But I think for the most part, Theerathon 5 has actually been very proactive, even this final phase here, even though they're in the lead.
But yeah, I guess it also depends, like, unless a team really hard drops them, like follows them from the start, then it could be a problem for T5. But it's sometimes a double-edged sword, like that T5 could win the fight and gain those very, very early points. But let's check out our MVP for today, and we're gonna give it to Chloris, being the top performer for day number 2. And so far, he himself getting 20 kills. So far, he is leading the kill charts.
He's in the kill charts and certainly has been a standout performer even from the group stage on. I mean, Genius Esports also won a chicken dinner during that time, and a lot of that was off of his efforts there, just picking up those kills. So very well done here for Chloris. Certainly a well-deserved MVP here. I'm really hoping to see like a lot more of Genius Esports from here on out, because they certainly showed that even in these kind of like fights, even if they may not be like the most prolific killers out of everyone here, but at least, you know, in terms of strategy, in terms of decision making and timing, they're certainly doing their level best, you know, to get the chicken dinner at least in that final round there. So hopefully this is going to be further onwards and upwards for this team from Vietnam.
Yep, from Vietnam. So we got multiple awards, right? So like now the best performing team is from Thailand, and then we got the MVP for today is Chloris from Vietnam. So I do still feel that these two nations, or these two regions, are really still the powerhouse for PUBG.
Yeah, so wow, what an action-packed day this was. And the thing is, you know, when you remember, there's still 3 more days to go.
Oh yeah,
This is not the end of the journey by any stretch of the imagination, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you guys tune in again tomorrow, same time, same place as well, as we bring you guys the conclusion, or rather the remaining 3 days, actually, I should say, getting to the halfway point, actually, for this grand finals of this PUBG Asia Super Cup. It's been a pleasure being along with you guys with this journey. My name is Victor Cax. Join me here is Sir Cloud. This has been day number 2 of the grand finals for the PUBG Asia Super Cup, and hopefully we'll see you guys again tomorrow as we bring you guys more games. But until then, good night, ladies and gentlemen, and good luck.